Well, welcome back, everybody, to some more UPL Open Qualifier 2 action starting off today. We've got a bit of a banger of a matchup before we get too into that. My name's Infernosis, as shown down below, joined by the wonderful fellow. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing fantastic. Glad to be working back with UPL. It's been a while for myself, but I know last week you were doing the open quals with Corbeck as your right hand man, but now it's going to be you and I. I think a lot of people here at UPL know us for our very funny jokes in between matches. So we'll keep that same kind of energy. It's going to be a little all over the place. The Swiss format, as all of you know, same as last time, but it's going to be a couple more teams in the mix now. So it's not going to be super cutthroat, I suppose. A lot more opportunities for some teams that we haven't heard of in a while, but speaking of teams, the first two teams for this matchup for the entire afternoon is going to be Synthetic versus Gusick, which I haven't seen them play since SCS Open qualifiers on their last season. So they've been kind of lurking in the dark, at least on my radar. So I hope to see a lot of improvement from them since last time I seen them.
Well, I don't know much about the Gusick squad, but I do know about the Synthetic squad and just how much work they attempt to put in and how much they show up when they do. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they have to bring to the table. But before we get too far into that, we'll go ahead and talk about what map we'll actually be playing on. We have our map ban screen. We'll jump on over to that. Synthetic gets their first ban, and it'll be followed by Gusick's. Of course, we'll just try to go through these really quickly just to get them out of the way. Not too much to talk about individually for a single BO1, but Synthetic starts us off with the first ban right onto Oregon, followed by Gusick's Villa, Consulate's out, Coastline's out. Probably the C's to follow. I'm betting Chalet. No, Cafe. Thank you, Synthetic. And then now it's the choice we have here. Chalet is banned out by Gusick. So close yet so far, John. Clubhouse, the go-to classic, is going to be what happens here. Synthetic starting off on the attack.
It's always Oregon Cafe or Clubhouse, especially on a best of one in Swiss. It's almost a guaranteed that some team is going to bring this out. Super comfortable maps to go to. The strategies have been refined for years now. Clubhouse is one of the oldest maps to play in the competitive scene for Rainbow Six. So it does make a lot of sense that it gets played. Chalet, Coastline, Consulate, all getting banned. That's a ton of sense. Villa's more of a personal kind of pick as well. Still a great map in my opinion, but like you mentioned too, glad to see Cafe off the board for the time being, but I feel like it is only inevitable. But we do know how Synthetic plays, a very well regimented team. So I feel like a map like Clubhouse is going to be perfect for them. And since they're on the attacking side, that will probably give them a lot of upper hand round wins, so long as they're able to keep up against Team Gusick.
I'm thinking that at least what I want to see from this Team Gusick squad is going to be a bit of a TDM-centric stylized attack. I want to see them be pretty aggressive, maybe hoping to catch Synthetic on a couple of faults they may still have in terms of attacking or defending, right? But they're going to have to survive Synthetic's assault first, and that's going to be a massive difficulty. Synthetic's got a very well-regimented roster. They've got a very standardized attack when it comes to these maps. They've got a great coach behind them. Their organization puts in so much effort to guarantee them success, and they're able to do that in a pretty good margin. So I think this is going to be Synthetic's map to lose, since they are the favorited team going in, but I think Gusick can at least give them a run for their money. Probably bodes pretty well going into this open qualifiers because there's only, what, 3 go-to teams, maybe 4 go-to teams in this qualifier right now that are the teams that everyone looks at and goes, okay, they're favorites. I mean, you take a look at this, that's what, Mystic, you've
Yeah.
got Surf, right? Surf Esports, they have their academy team as well. I'd probably consider them in there as well. Synthetics team, Candice, oh no. But we have a lot to be working towards in terms of this qualifiers, a lot that can go on. We'll jump pretty quickly into the game. I don't know how soon we can go into that one. Synthetic, obviously a favorite for this. John, what's your take?
I think it's only because I just personally haven't seen Gusick play in a long time. And I think a lot of people, especially people that watch UPL, SFCL, they're in the same boat as me. Gusick has just been in the dark for quite some time, so they have a lot to prove. And like you and I both mentioned, especially up against a very well regimented roster such as Synthetic, they've been all over the scene when it comes to T3. They are just a home staple, kind of like Mystic that we also talked about for just a second. So it's, like I mentioned, a lot to prove, and to the blind eye, this does look like almost a takeaway victory for Synthetic, just kind of in and out, especially on a map like Clubhouse. What I'm interested to see is if we get any wild card bans coming in through, or are we just going to see the carbon cut, really standard bans that we always see, like the Thatcher or Habana, for example, even a Maverick, just, the basic.
Yeah, I think that the only weird things that we're probably going to see is Synthetic does like to change things up occasionally. They, like we've talked about, well regimented. They've got a standardized approach. They also will occasionally try to spice things up, and I think that Synthetic's does a good job of spicing things up and still being standardized, right? They're able to throw in one or two strange operator picks and still make it work as if it's a well practiced and well rehearsed strategy. So I think that there's going to be a big um, coordination issue that Gusic's going to have to face off against. They're going to have plenty of problems facing off against Zedek. That's well known. It's just a matter of can these players individually win 50-50 gunfights, and that's why I said I wanted to see them be that aggressive style, TDM-centric kind of style, because Synthetic is going to beat them. I'm sorry. From what I know of this team, Synthetic has more time together, was more rehearsed, sorry. They're going to beat you in a standardized approach. Just play your own game. Play 50-50 gunfights. Win those, and then you're going to give Synthetic a run for their money.
But now we do get to go into the bans that I was talking about. And like I mentioned, I think there's going to be some standard bans. You kind of have to ban Thatcher on a map like Clubhouse, and maybe some speciality picks as well. I know that Valkyrie gets banned a whole lot. That's pretty standard. But a Maverick going to get banned. So we either see Habana off the board instead to make getting hatches opened up a lot more difficult and actually allowing for impact tricking, or we are going to see that Thatcher ban coming through. Either or, it's going to make the attacking side just a little bit easier to have now that Maverick was the first ban instead of a Thatcher.
Yeah, Maverick being banned down is pretty interesting. It makes it hard to do the hatches like you talked about, and then the Thatcher being taken out. It's a strange approach in my opinion to have Maverick banned. It's not very standard, but you can live with that approach. You're still going to have to deal with those eastern subroof, the CCTV hard wall connected to the outside towards Kennel. You're going to have to worry about hatches even more now because you don't really have a great operator to deal with that. Maybe Habana is your go-to operator, but it's kind of a strange setup, and seeing the Kaid ban is not strange at all in regards, because if you're banning Maverick, Synthetic's kind of forced to ban out Kaid. You have to ban out Kaid if a Maverick is banned because you have no counter to it even on normal walls. So go for it and remove that out, and then maybe rely on nades later to get rid of bandit batteries or mute jammers or something. I mean, it's a bit of a strange approach. The Maverick ban is just really throwing me off here, John. I like to see Gusick throwing something else in there, but it doesn't really matter if they're just going to throw it right back into a Valkyrie ban. I mean, it's just go strange and then go straight back home. Like, I'm not liking what I'm seeing from them.
I can respect it though, because having that Maverick banned is going to make attacking a bomb site like CCTV, gym and bedroom a lot more difficult. When talking about the church and arsenal bomb site though, it's going to be a lot more easier, especially if Synthetic actually brings a Habana, which they have Ashes on that role. So they're going to have plenty of hard destruction to go through. Even a Kali pick for a second. I was going to question that heavily. I haven't seen Kali played at all on Clubhouse unless we're going to a CCTV bomb site or maybe even gym and bedroom, but no, they'll switch it back on with Thermite. So this is honestly a really strong team composition to try and attack Church and Arsenal, and what Gusic's bringing to the board looks very anchor favored. They're going to extend on up and towards dirt most likely with that smoke in hand, have a mirror in the back in your triple wall perhaps of church, or on the walls that are leading into the boiler room, just to make that secret stairs push a whole lot more difficult. And that's the problem with having to ban Kaid and then Valkyrie. That allows for a mirror to be played, and she is very strong on any map, give or take.
Yeah, she's a force to be reckoned with, John, and that's something you really have to be wary about. Mirrors with those windows, she can get those melee'd out, so she's less of a go-to ban these days, but she's still absolutely super strong. If this was a fighting game, you'd say S tier. She just is solid all around. I don't like not saying Maverick. I wish we had seen that. I like the long-range weapon, be able to hold behind short box inside a sight for B, and actually get a long shot potential over towards dirt, but we don't have that. Instead, I'm pretty sure we're going to have a smoke sitting deep inside of tunnel. Maybe you put your mute there instead with the MP5, which is another interesting decision, I'll go ahead and say. I think that I've seen more mutes with an MP5 on Clubhouse than any other map, so when I see that, I see it typically in dirt tunnels. So that's what I'm predicting. I'll go ahead and say that they're over sitting there. Maybe they're sitting below secret and boiler. Maybe they're going to sit on side in church. Honestly, I like what I'm seeing now because it's different, and that's about the only thing I can say for it. In terms of cohesive strategy, maybe it's a bit of a lopsided team. They don't really have a long-range weapon besides your mutes MP5K, but they still have to win those fights. It doesn't matter what gun you have if you can't win your ones, and we have yet to see who can actually win a one.
Well, Amp's already going to get pushed on down in towards utility room. He's going to get droned out near towards secret stairs. But the fact that there is really no genuine roam presence by Gusick, that's going to allow for the soft destruction already coming through on the side of Synthetic. So great work by them so far, just wasting little to no time. They want to get that vertical presence, start getting those hatches open. And this is where Hibana really kicks in. It's going to force Gusick to play a lot more conservatively, rely on those mirror windows a little more heavily, and sooner or later, we're going to start seeing those pushes coming through by Synthetic, and it's just going to be so much easier to do that because they really have no back pedal towards them. Jake already being lit up as well and towards Arsenal on the side of dummies. Again, just it's going to make Gusick's job, or part in life, a whole lot more difficult moving forward.
Yeah, it's going to be a very big difficulty for them. You have two players sitting down below in Boiler. One may be behind wall, but in all honesty, they're going to have a lot to contend with. An aggressive Gusick could really catch Synthetic off guard, but Synthetic have cleared floorboards and kitchen, doing a good job of gaining sightlines, wary about a couple of corners individually behind our armory cabinets, maybe worried about that mirror window. They keep attacking it out. They're continuing to drop out the floorboards. They know where a mirror window is now, as they're continuing to try and clear the floor above it so they can maybe shoot it out, but I'm sorry to say, for Synthetic, they're doing this a little too slow. No kills have been dropped. Yes, Jake and maybe not Baxley have been damaged, but they have not yet been finished off, and they're not doing a good enough job for it. Yeikel is currently trying to clear out through blue stairs, but getting toxic baithed in the process, and that's just going to slow it down even further. Finally, one player has been downed, finished off by Ashes and Needles now as he finds his own two. A 5v3 Synthetic finally getting a push forward. They still got to worry about mirror windows, toxic baits, and everything else in between.
Not going to have to worry about maybe not Vax because Shrien's going to win that fight, but Walt and Amp do in fact get trades. But at the same time, though, Plan is coming down and Yeikel does get a necessary refrag. It's all in the hands of Amp as it's a post-plant situation, and he still has to pick up 3 separate frags at this current moment. There's only about 30 seconds left, and Ash is just going to win that fight outright and towards the bomb site in the first round, coming in towards Synthetic. The fact that they had so much leeway to work with in terms of time, they really did just wait for the perfect moment. They found some critical errors on the side of Gusick and just won those first 2 entries, still having 40 seconds to push. That was just an amazing execute by Synthetic. They took plenty of time and still had just enough to get themselves in a comfortable position in that post plant.
Yeah, a little slow, but they managed to find it out in the end. I think the one thing I liked from Gusick in that is the fact that they were able to stay alive for a longer period of time. They just got a little bit overextended, got caught off from the floorboards above, and Synthetic were able to capitalize on the situation, find those shots to connect to the heads, and were able to actually find substantial positions. I also saw a Bearing 9 kill from Ashes there at the beginning, so we do see that that buff that came to the Bearing 9 in the recent patches is actually coming through into the competitive scene, seeing its effect, but I'm actually using it and finding a kill, because I'm gonna go ahead and say it. An Hibana primary weapon with a Type 89, I think it is, has little to no ammo in it. It packs a punch, but it's got like, what, 22 bullets in its mag? It is very annoying to me to have to fire that weapon and it run out of ammo so quickly. The Bearing 9 runs out of ammo just as quick, as it has a much faster fire rate, but at least you'll have basically twice the amount of ammo to expunge into your opponents. And he was able to find a little bit of impact. Kitchen hatch being reinforced. Baxley is currently looking to actually take control, putting those mute jammers down inside of dirt. A little bit too far on the open, not really in a bit of a safety net. Probably a misplacement of that mute jammer in my opinion, but Gusick were able to hold on for about 2.5 minutes last time around. Let's see how long they'll be able to hold out here.
It was definitely the problem that they had nobody roaming, essentially. It was Amp sitting on top of secret stairs, and once Amp got droned out, they basically just left. They went back in towards utility, and it wasn't even that good of a defensive hold either. So if there is one mistake that Gusick needs to refine right now, it's just have some roam presence. Stall Synthetic for as much time as you can, because look at this. They're already getting vertical play down, and it's only been the first half minute in towards the action phase. This is going to be so marketable for Synthetic, because now they're going to have even more time to work with when it comes to that execute, just like last round, which is what guaranteed them that first couple of entries and that fine execute. But Baxley does get a great C4 toss, which will in fact slow down Synthetic for a little while, but they have such a great time advantage. They could easily find a refrag in just a couple of moments.
Losing your sledge is a big disadvantage, but you can already see that Shinian had stepped in and found success with the hammer already. But it'll be Jake with yet another Nitro that finds success into Ashes. So Ashes, they all fall down, specifically Ashes himself, but we're going to have to see how it pans out. A 3v5 in play, make it a 2v5 as Baxley cleans up for their second now into Needles, using the secondary mute SMG-11 in the process. Now, 2 players left standing, Yeichel and Bino. They have to deal with so much utility on the side of Gusick. Now, they have removed 2 of the Nitros. They know that because they found impact with them, but there's still one in the pocket for an unfortunate player of Gnar, who's now having to sit behind their mirror window and just bait out for time. A minute and 15 seconds left. John, Yeichel, and Bino, I'm sorry to say it, they are playing in an uphill battle, and this hill looks to be a bit more like a Mount Everest.
They have a lot of time to work with. Not that much manpower, though. Like you and I both mentioned, it's only Yeichel and Bino now. Eventually, that time's going to run out. I think the best is what they're trying to do is just try to go for kill baits, drone out while they still have time to do that, and just kind of run into the lion's den, because everyone on the side of Gusick in tip-top shape, they still have 1 C4 in their back pocket as well. It's going to get frisky for sure on the side of Team Synthetic, because they are just, like you said, they're climbing Mount Everest right now. That is no easy task. Yeichel does find one on towards Amp, but it's quickly traded out by Waltz. Bino picks up one at the exact same time, but that mirror window is going to be a huge oversight. That's going to guarantee her that free pick, and a round win in the side of Gusick now. So back to back, I guess it just took a couple of C4 tosses, a few Hail Marys to start things off strong for them.
Yeah, miracle in Clubhouse for them. I mean, they Hail Married that, tossed that full court, and actually managed to find impact. So I'm liking what I'm seeing now from Gusick. They're actually using their utility, their advantage, and I didn't like the fact that they didn't actually clear a lot of these, I guess, floorboard sections quicker. I mean, the sledge obviously died. Sharinian was kind of taking the L early with that Nitro, but hit the sledge in a little bit more of a safe position. You can always hit in front of you instead of directly below you, and I think that's exactly what we were seeing, and it became a problem child for Synthetic as they managed to eat not just 1 but 2 Nitro cells. And in all honesty, Gnar, the person who had that last Nitro to use, there wasn't even a point of contention, just using the Vector to do the job that could have been done with a Nitro. So an absolute slugfest of a round for Gusick, a slaughter against Synthetic, and they were really only able to pick up, what, 2 kills in the end because of it? Gusick kind of just were sitting pretty, had a full roster to kind of face off against Synthetic, and Synthetic was just left wondering what happened. So I think there needs to be a bit of a reset, so to say, of their strategy to determine what is going to work more efficiently in the upcoming round. And Gusick went ahead and went to what I think is the new go-to objective for this map instead of CCTV, Gym in Master Bedroom, because CCTV and Cash has become more attacker-sided. Gusick's made a smart choice here. I think that this Gusick squads, like you stated, we haven't seen them for a while, but they're coming out with strategies and looking to make an impact.
This is all really standard theory. I think that CCTV is going to be a little bit easier to defend this time around because that Maverick is actually banned. I think that is one of the few things that ended up breaking the back of those defensive holds on CCTV, is just because you had to ban Habana now, so Maverick can actually get played, and him mixed with a Zofia or an Ashe or even a Sledge/Buck. It just makes that platform wall super easy, and you still have plenty of time to go around and then get control of construction if you want to, or garage, whichever one you prefer on your own team. But back into the round right now and towards Gym and Bedroom, this extension towards Cash is doing wonders for Gusick. They find that first entry on towards Yeichel, one of your only few soft destructors. Luckily, there is still the Sledge and Ashe combination, but those lifeline concussive blasts could have made picking people off a lot easier, especially players like Jake that are in a position they're kind of playing just to die right now, and eventually they do in the hands of Ashe. Is a great shot in the lower part of Red Stairwell, but there's still plenty of clearage to be had on the side of Synthetic when trying to red out the players up and towards Cash. She was only at the top of Red Stairwell, Scott.
Yeah, I mean, in a phenomenal shot, like, by all accounts, peeking that angle and actually finding that tag. I mean, I got corrected. Apparently it's 21 bullets, too, so unfortunately, but
I didn't even get it wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little amount. It's even worse than what I stated. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, to be able to connect with that and really only use that one bullet that I misnumbered and was able to find the actual kill. So, very impressive work from the Synthetic roster right now. Jake may be felled, but they've also managed to fell Yeichel, and I think that's probably the most important factor right now when it comes to this round. You've lost your Zofia entry, you don't have the impacts and concussive blast in the lifeline to use with, and Jake's frost maps are placed. They're done and dealed. All cards have been dealt for him, and he just has to play dead, watch cams, and attempt to contend against this other synthetic roster by giving some communication with his team. Jim's side window is continuously being breached and shot through. Ashes is looking for maybe a possible shot to connect. I think one player sitting behind the actual gym equipment, just waiting for an opportunity, and Amp sitting up on main stairs towards top. They have not breached in through Jacuzzi just yet. It looks to be that Synthetic continue want to push in through construction, but they're just not doing it quick enough, and only 40 seconds left. They've got a lot they have to contend with.
Only took them till now to get rid of that mirror window. Another trade comes in through, this time's Waltz, and then Ashes finds a second for himself in towards this round, but things are still 50-50 and isn't much time left to go in for the execute. It's going to be very risky for Synthetic, and they're still waiting to even drop through logistics. Waltz is just waiting it down, eyeing it like a hawk, but he loses the fight. A beautiful hot drop coming in through as things are squared up once more as Amp finds a headshot on towards Tabino, but the site is right now in the hands of Synthetic up until Amp and Naramu find the last two frags of the round. It surely got hectic, but luckily Gusick kept their own, defending every which way from attack, and that's going to guarantee them their second round win moving on.
Nar's position right there inside of bathroom was just phenomenal. Waited, knew that they were wary of their mirror window, wary of the wall in general, but Synthetic just didn't push in good enough time. They had too few seconds to contend against them, and they had to get greedy for it, and he's just sitting there with a Vector. And I'm sorry to say that Vector, in any game a Vector has existed, whether it be Modern Warfare 2, I mean, everyone knew the Vector back then, right, or Rainbow Six Siege, it's always been a good gun. It's always been a goated gun. It fires fast, it deals a ton of damage, and especially in a game like R6, where you just really have to barrel stuff your opponent and spray and pray, it's going to win that job 9 times out of 10, and that's exactly what we just saw. Synthetic, now on a 2-round deficit in terms of losing back-to-back, are going to have to try and figure out what to do now on the up and up. New objective being picked up. I'm a little bit wary right now about what the strategy is going to be for this Gusick squad in terms of defending. Like you stated, Maverick is banned, so that eastern subroof CCTV hard wall is going to be a little bit more difficult. They brought the Thermite to maybe help contend in terms of hard breach. They have Habana in terms of long-range hard breach, but they don't really have a great way to clear out any of the utilities, say a mute jammer, to actually get inside a site. They're going to have to toss nades. They're going to have to breach in through garage, maybe head up through red stairs instead. I mean, I don't know what Synthetic's going to do, because they did bring a Kali to get that explosive ordnance through the wall. They didn't bring a Thatcher, because you obviously can't, and they can't bring a Maverick either. So what will Synthetic do to actually get through breach?
The best option, and what I think Synthetic will try to do, is some vertical play perhaps underneath. Either that or work your way around and towards the suicide balcony and have a Zofia or an Ash just throw a charge. Even a grenade as well by Shurinan. Any of those would work wonders against that mute jammer, but the fact that there is a Wamai and Jaeger on the board, they're anticipating that a lot of utilities are going to get burned out in the process to get that platform wall opened up. So, like I mentioned, the vertical play is probably the best avenue of approach. Don't even have to worry about that, but Gusick probably also knows that. They're going to be watching it down in towards lobby, maybe lower garage as well, but in the background you can hear that exothermic charge being placed, not detonated though, because the jammer hasn't been dealt with, and neither is the roam game, because Amp finds the first frag on towards Needles. Down goes your Ash, and you either have to rely on just Yeichel alone with his lifeline charges or the sledge grenades. Either or, that's what's going to allow you to get that wall opened up, and finally we're seeing that process come into full effect.
Yeah, great flank using the central subroof to actually get your nades in and attempt to clear out those mute jammers. A couple have been eaten up by ADSs, gobbled up through the wind, but in all honesty, they still have to contend against this construction breach. Connecting through the cash room, we see Waltz obviously sitting next to that. And most teams will typically decide, hey, we'll go in through garage, and then we'll go in through construction, or we'll work vice versa. Waltz narrowly avoiding the flank from behind through that doorway. Did you see this, John? Oh my goodness, he takes a step inwards to step inside of CCTV, and a player peeks that cash room door right at that moment. Waltz just waltzing very close to his own demise and narrowly avoids that ultimate death. But I'll tell you who won't, it's Yeichel. A 3v5 as Baxley finds the kill. Now you got Baxley still roaming down on this first floor over by Stock, sitting in lounge. drop in and fire from below, but Synthetic only have 3 players left standing, and it's mostly utility players in the process. Ashes on this Hibana, Sharinian on the Sledge, and then Bino on Thermite. They don't really have an entry anymore to contend with.
They're just kind of sitting ducks. Bino gonna have to work his way around now, maybe going through the platform wall, but a nice shot is landed by Sharon, and there goes one of your rain roamers of Baxley, but you're still down on the deficit, and only dealing with the roamers, that's not going to help you get through the bomb site. Still plenty of utility. A C4 gets tossed out, not going to connect that one towards Bino, but the headshot by Jig will surely land on towards him. It's a 2-on-1, and now 1-on-3, my mistake, but finally it turns in towards a 1-on-2. Sharon is outside, or pardon, underneath, just waiting for the time to tick down. He's still at a huge deficit, and Narmu is just waiting there with the Mossberg. He's going to connect the shot. Easy pickings for Gusick. They win round number 4 and 3 in a row so far. They are impressing me, that's for sure, because right now they are giving Synthetic a run for their money.
Yeah, Nar holding that red stairs was just too much for Sharinian to deal with, and ultimately that Mossberg is going to be that big punch that they needed to remove Sharinian off the board. So Synthetic now at a 2-round disadvantage, losing 3 back-to-back. They've got 2 rounds now, round 5 and round 6 before they have to try and make this resurgence, make the comeback, and tie it up at a 3-3 split for the halftime, but Gusick's giving them a run for their money, heading now back to the basement. This is the one where we've seen Synthetic take round 1 and then ultimately fail in round 2. I think Gusick's pretty substantial victory in round 2, maybe be a big fear factor for Synthetic, but Synthetic's roster is very well regimented, like we've talked about. They shouldn't be getting too into their head when it comes to losing a round and then having also won it. It should be pretty even in their mind. Just do what you need to do. Just play it, right? I mean, just play the game. Don't let them get into your head. I don't think Gusick's squad is really been getting into their head too much. The rounds have been pretty handily in Gusick's favor, but I think Synthetic feel that with just a couple small changes, they can kind of make that return. They just aren't able to play that same objective back-to-back, so it's, hey, we get to change that in round 2, but we won't get a chance to go back to it until round 5. Keep that in mind and then work towards it. And I think Synthetic's team is going to just be a little bit better at that than, say, Gusick's, but Gusick has definitely been showing us a something else entirely. And speaking of that something else, a spawn peek from Jake through the breach wall of CCTV. No one's really coming in from the spawn over towards Kennels except for Yike, who goes the other way.
I think leaving that mirror open also has been a huge advantage for Gusick because they're utilizing it perfectly. Not able to utilize that C4 though because Yike is still standing. He'll live to tell that tale for a little while longer, but wasting about half a minute, not the worst position for Gusick. They're still having one player slightly roam up above. That's going to be Amp up and towards the secret stairwell. But once he gets droned out, he'll probably just retreat instantly. He's not going to sacrifice his life. And I don't really blame him because now he can play in towards that end game, which has been favoring Gusick quite heavily. They've had a very anchor-based kind of hold and burning about just a minute until we're seeing hard destruction vertical play going through. This has so far been a pretty decent round for Gusick, but they just have to secure those entries because that has also had a big part to play in their recent success.
Yeah, and their success has been pretty substantial, but in all honesty, I think this round, with the fact that no one from Synthetic has yet been felled, Gusick's going to have their money cut out for them. Last time we had seen Synthetic survive until the last minute, they took the round in a pretty handy fashion after finding 2 and then rushing towards site, even when playing that last 30-second kind of meta, that standardized 30-second push. But Gusick kind of, if they can punish first, then they're substantially, I guess maybe not so substantially, they're statistically, I guess is the term I'm looking for, statistically they'll win the round. They've done that time and time again, especially in the last 3, and Synthetic have kind of been at wit's end in terms of how to deal with that. We do see Breach in the memo. The hatch has been opened up. They can't drop if they want to have that flank over towards Church, but they're going to have to worry about from up above instead. Ashtis, who flanks over, all the way over from Stock and Kitchen, finds Baxley, and now a 1-kill deficit for Gusick. They're a man down, and Synthetic have started to deal the hurt pretty late into this round.
Jake on a sliver of HP, he could get swept up on top of that. A 5-on-3 would be really difficult to recover from in Gusick's position because The only thing really rooting for them now is just time, and the fact that they have information via those mirror windows is going to force Sharinian a little bit farther back. He can't extend as aggressively as he probably would have wanted to, and that allows Naramu to find a refrag on towards Yaikel, and oh no, Jake spots up the feed, but because he's so low, he doesn't get the frag. Luckily, though, Amp is there to trade things around, and now leading things into a 3-on-3. Only 30 seconds left. This push is going to be much more accelerated now, and Needles opens things up on towards Amp. Down goes your Jaeger, and you're back to that man advantage, but Naramu is still holding down the back of the mirror window. Needles finally trades things out. It's all up to Waltz in a 1 versus 2, but Carrier's been picked up, but luckily Bino has the long angle, gets away with the frag, and Synthetic finally are back on track to have a somewhat normal first half, possibly 2-4, as they pick up another round on that Church defensive hold.
I guess now the ball's on Goosik's court. They need to decide where they want to head to. They're going to choose to go to Gym Bedroom. They've lost twice now on basement. No need to tease it for a third, really risk the biscuit right there. They can say, hey, we'll go back up to the second floor, pick up what was the old tertiary objective and what I think is going to swiftly become a main line objective instead. That's some thought processes for another day, I guess. But Synthetic
I
now
think you're
round
right,
down. I know. I think I'm right too. Anyone that thinks otherwise is probably chief and wrong. So
True.
At this point in time, Gusick has kind of let Synthetic walk on them that last round. They said, hey, we didn't find the early picks. I guess it's because basement's a little bit more difficult. You kind of have to rely on Nitros. We almost saw an early one that came through in Jake's attempted spawn peek, attempted as he dropped down into sewers, and his escape that came through. I think, at least in my mind, that if Gusick picks up first frag, they're going to win it. It's just Synthetic is kind of leaning towards not letting them have it. They're saying, hey, yeah, we know that you want to go for opening kill, but we also know what your strategy is for that now. And Synthetic in this well-regimented roster, like we've repeated time and time again, is adapting faster than Gusick can keep on them. And that's going to be the difference maker for Synthetic. They can make this comeback and just completely sweep not just this last round, but this last half, if they just continue to keep Gusick on their toes and don't let them take a step back.
What Synthetic has to do this round is definitely clear out logistics. That was their biggest issue because, yes, they may have gotten Cash Room opened up a lot earlier and found that entry on top of it, or it wasn't an entry, but it was a refrag. That's the best way to put it. They got rid of the players up and towards Cash Room with a 4-on-4, which isn't a bad situation, to be honest, but the fact that Mira's been on the board and utilized every single round by Naramu, it's been allowing Gusick to extend into certain parts of the map like logistics, which slows down Synthetic. Now they got to worry about a mirror window. They can't just have map control up in towards construction because Gusick has a free sightline in towards them. So with that in mind, Synthetic probably knows that the jig is up by now, and if they can get rid of that mirror window and have cash in their hands, it will allow them to have a much faster paced execute, which has been working out for them. On the 2 rounds that they actually ended up winning, they got the vertical play down super early, they found those entries, and still had about a minute or so on the clock when it came down to them actually pushing in towards the bomb site.
Yeah, and time is really of the essence. Time can play against you, it can play for you, and for Synthetic, and at least one of these rounds has played against them, but it seems to be working for them now. They know that they don't want to play against time like last time they played this objective, so they be a bit more aggressive. 2 kills being founded, 1 by Red Stairs, 1's elsewhere. And that's going to drop Amp and Jake out for the count. 2 operators that are kind of place and forget in terms of their utility, so Gusick may still be okay when it comes to actually dealing with this, but they have to get kills. They have to find themselves any level of success, because Synthetic can just walk into sight. They've got the utility still up. They lost their entries list last time. Yaikel and Nidos were felled. Now Yaikel barely living, but does get a Claymore beyond the grave or beyond the down. And now it is a 5v2. Make it a 4v2 because Sharinian nades himself. And Baxley finds 2! Oh, Ashes and Yaikel taking a massive L. A 2v2 out of nowhere. John, this one's spicy.
Everything just turned from 0 to now 100. That run out was timed perfectly, and this is still in the ball game of Gusick now. They were at a huge disadvantage, but on the turn of a dime, they bring things back squared up now in a 2-on-2. About 50 seconds left, so it's not completely over for Synthetic. They have plenty of time to drone things on through, and right now, Gusick has everyone stacked up and towards the bomb side, except for Waltz, of course, who's still waiting on a possible construction push, but the rotation is coming into effect. Bino underneath, underneath, he'll work his way up and towards that main stairwell, while Needles is just holding down a tight angle outside. He's waiting for someone to try to peek him out, but Gusick knows better. They can rely on these frost mats and toxic babes just to allow Synthetic to basically catch themselves with their pants down, not even have Gusick to really work that hard in a head-on-head gunfight. And we're down only 15 seconds. Waltz picks up a nice frag, leading everything up until Bino. He has no intel to work off of. Toxic Babe's whirling around. He finds a pop shot on towards Baxley, doesn't find the frag, and the Mossberg will wrap him up. Gusick, a beautiful recovery round. They'll take the 6-1 in strides, and you've got to be kidding me with that run out. We got to talk about that some more. That was textbook definition of perfect timing and seizing the opportunity, allowing Gusick just to steal their 4th round win. That was a steal of a round.
I wish we had a replay system for that. I wish we could see exactly what just happened right there. I mean, the run out, not just finding 1, but 2, which, like you said, stole the round from out from under them. In Synthetic, you saw Sharinian eat his own nade. He literally gobbled up on his own bomb.
He was hungry.
Just tossed it, it bounced. Not the right time to be hungry. Maybe you should have had your snack before the match. Maybe you are the snack and your nade ate you. I don't know. I mean, at this point, I think maybe his hitbox is just too dummy thick. Maybe he really is the snack and he just took too much damage from his own utility. He was confused himself. Sharinian was like, what killed me? What was going on? I mean, in all honesty, I was confused as well. What happened in that round to lead it in that manner? I mean, a just massive comeback from Gusick to say, hey, we can stay calm, we can stay in this, and we can still win this. And they did exactly that. A great round for Gusick, and that one may just be the final nail in terms of mentality for Synthetic, because that round was so favored for them. I know that I would be beyond tilted if I lost that.
Synthetic really did everything right. They cleared out cash off the bat, and they were getting ready to work on that logistics mirror window, and they only really had to worry about that because it was a 5-on-2, but then one player getting down, Yaiko was down, and then he got ran out on by Waltz, and the player reviving him on top of that, and then Sharian was like, hey, I want to join in on the cam squad, I'll go hop in too, and he nades himself in the process, and Gusick, like I mentioned earlier, I have to reiterate this, not even just rephrase it. They played that round perfectly and seized every opportunity. That round played out like a chess game. It was so many perfect moves by Synthetic, but then it took one major blunder just to ruin everything. Gusick just simply found a better move, but it'll be a lot more difficult for them, surely, as they're on the attacking side. It will, especially not having a Maverick to do that common trick, it'll make executes a little bit more timely, and right now the lineup by Synthetic is also incredibly strong. Jaeger, Wamai, even a Goyo on the board. This is very reminiscent of the old school 20 to 30 second meta, but we haven't seen that in a very long time, for well reason, because now there's operators like Flores and plenty of other operators too that can just burn through utility in the blink of an eye, basically.
And I definitely think that the Flores that Baxley is bringing to the table is going to be what they're going to use to actually get their breach in towards that, my brain for a second, towards breach inside CCTV. They can, detonate and then go for it. Sharinian already downed at this point in time. I'm not sure from where, maybe from dog kennels, maybe a tag shot as they attempted to go through. Yeah, they attempted to maybe go through door inside garage. Now Feld downed but not out, but this Gusick squad is not going to let him get picked up. They are going to aggressively play for this. Bino is looking for maybe the chance to pick them up if the opportunity arises, but garage has been breached. Stock has been completely swept through, and I think they're going to want to try to go through door as well. Sharinian does manage to get picked up. Bino will try to escape now with their life, but I guess who won't amp as Ashes finds the kill. Nar does find one in a Bino, making it even in a 4v4, but one kill is inconsequential if Gusick can manage to tag out and finish off the job already done to Sharinian. Next to fall, Yaiko. Jake finds the kill. Skeleton Key gets the headshot, and now Needles finds Baxley. A 3v3. Both teams in an absolute slugfest. John, they're gunning for each other.
Gusick trying to work their way up and towards garage. If they get that, that'll make the platform push a whole lot easier, and then they can get the bomb down, but they're not in a winning position. They're still kind of locked outside for the time being, and they no longer have the man advantage because Ashes hits all of his shots with the SMG-11. Jake gets down in the process. A third for Ashes. He goes for the run out. A bold move, but it pays off. And Sharinian gets the last frag of the round up top of Rafters. Not being dealt with all the way through early on is really going to have Synthetic apart and have Gusick bite the bullet as the first defensive round for Synthetic favors them off quite well.
Well, they called they called Ashes a psychopath. I would too, in terms of just how aggressive they played. I mean, that is nasty. I mean, the run out, we saw 3 kills. I mean, a spectacular performance from them, and we're gonna have to see how this next round's going to pan out. We can kind of see what they're picking up. We can see what they're putting down. Round 8 is going to be one that's going to be pretty important, John. I think that when we get this player back, I believe it is, in fact, Baxley, which indeed it is. That's, I guess, needing to reset their game. But the attack I saw there in CCTV was going very well for the Gusick squad. It's just synthetic Ashes, I'll say, just backpacked the team, peaked angles that were really aggressive and just played just out of their mind to guarantee that round. And Synthetic were able to escape with only narrowly a few scratches. They weren't able to be ultimately dealt that fatal wound.
It was a very big back and forth. We saw some map control favoring Gusick, but not a whole lot. In places like Garage, that was a stronghold basically the entire round. Vertical play was attempted, but it goes both ways. It's a double-sided mirror, not like a mirror window. That's only one-sided, which is why she's super strong. But shotgun kills coming out there underneath. It really did seem like Synthetic was finally back in control. They were able just to make sure that Gusick didn't get too confident in themselves. They only really got the platform wall opened up because those garage sight lines did not help them at all because Synthetic was still holding that part of the map just fine. So they've got to rethink their strategies now. Obviously, it's a completely different beast to fight when you're on this attacking side compared to defensive, and now you have to have a taste of your own medicine, quite literally, because now Mira is getting brought on the board as well, which is going to be a big difficulty tweak in and of itself. It could be played in the exact same way as it was a little while ago, where it's extending on up and towards logistics, making that cash stream clear a whole lot more difficult. She's a box of worms that is just ready to explode in you and just and not cause fun times. That's the best way to put it. She's really annoying to deal with.
Yeah, I actually am going to go ahead and try to, I guess, digest, explain whatever word you want to use about why we saw Synthetic pick up CCTV first. I think it's because Synthetic, their defense is an enigma. It's unknown to Gusick. Gusick had no idea how they were going to play. So instead of Synthetic playing against Gusick on maybe third round as the tertiary choice of going into it, where they have their strategies kind of known, their playstyles kind of known for the defense, and having to face against a Gusick that kind of understands them a little bit better, they'll play the iffy 50-50 objective, where neither side knows and attempt to try and play it into their own style, and that works. Synthetic will take that. They'll take that round. I think a very smart decision for them. I don't know if that was their intended purpose, but it works out, and now Gusick's going to have a little bit more of an understanding for Synthetic, but it's going to be on a different objective, and it's going to be after they were already dealt that L in the last round. So Gusick are they could be snowballed against. Synthetic could just keep this going, keep this tempo, this pace, and continue onward if they're able to just continue to deny Gusick's attempts at TDM, because when Gusick picks up a frag, we've seen it. Synthetic picks up one of their own, if not two of their own, and just let that pace go onward and really set the pace for not just their team, but for Gusick's team as well.
This cash room hold as well, along with CCTV being heavily reinforced, not just the back two platform walls, but pretty much everything. It's going to cost a lot more time to be used up on the side of Gusick, and then just like they were defending a little while ago, they're going to have to deal with that mirror extension. This is going to cost them greatly, and they're not being very quick about this. They're not being very agile at all. They're taking their time, which I don't mind. Getting that information in your hands and being 100% sure as to how you want to attack is never a wrong thing to do, but just knowing that it's going to cost even more time to do that and then have to deal with a mirror, not just a common cash room setup, it's going to be very costly for Gusick, and I don't think they're ready for that because it's already a minute 20 left now, Scott, and they haven't even found a single entry. Cash room is still being held off quite effectively by Synthetic, and this is just forcing Gusick to dive down a rabbit hole that they're bound to break their ankles on.
Yeah, this is going to be very big difficulty for them trying to attempt to snap forward. Needles finds the first pick into Gnar. Bino gets a melee kill into Jake, a 5v3 now in motion. making it quickly into a 4v3 because Amp will be able to get a refrag back into Needles. They're going to go ahead and use one of the Selmas on this mirror window. That will make it a little bit more difficult for Serenian to hold behind inside of Logi, but they'll still just stand up and find the kill. Waltz will waltz away into an afterlife, a 4v2. Synthetic continuing this aggressive stance of being able to deny any and all of Goosik's attempted attacks. They needed a double-pronged frontal assault. They needed to drop through Hatch and Logi and catch the player behind sitting in pocket Logi, and they weren't able to do that, and I think that's where Goosik was falling behind. They see the feet of Sharinian, but Sharinian sees theirs first, finding the kill. Amp does find Sharinian in the process, denying any chance of securing that kill, but their teammate has been down, and Amp's gonna have to face off against it. They try to drop, Baxley can't, and it'll be Ashes who finds the kill. A 3v1 in motion, 15 seconds left. It's not gonna matter. Ashes finds Amp, and Ashes has been the man of the hour for Synthetic on this defense. An absolute powerhouse to face off against. I would say Raid Boss, but I want to see what the next few rounds pan out to be.
Hopefully we'll see a side of Goosik that just has a better job of clearing these extensions. We might not see an extension at all on the roam side. It might be very heavy anchor base for Synthetic, but I'm assuming by the Vigil pick and a castle now followed up by it, that will not be the case. We're probably going to see an SSG roam extension coming in through. Oh yeah, this is literally textbook definition of one. Not even an Aruni being picked, which I think is a slight upset because Aruni can be great for those hatches. Having them opened, but also not completely accessible for an attacker is a great thing to have. But to everyone's personal preference, I suppose. It's still an amazing lineup, don't get me wrong, and I'm glad that Goosik tried counteracting it as well with a Jackal to make that roam clear just a little bit easier, because that was the problem for Goosik's attacking side. Just wasting too much time. They had to burn through a lot of hard reinforcements up on that cash push, and then what happened? They had to deal with another obstacle that they weren't fully anticipating, and they lost players in that process. Everything just wasn't favoring them for that round, and they just have to be a little more assertive. That's probably the biggest thing that Goosik has to worry about. But now that Synthetic is doing a roam extension, they're going to have to face them head on, which is obviously not going to really favor Goosik in the beginning, or at least the early game of it. However, you could still, of course, try to rush your way in towards the bomb site. But again, Synthetic is just not some random pickup team. They're probably anticipating that as well. Maybe having someone play back in towards the site, just waiting for that moment in case it does occur. But Goosik probably doesn't want to test their luck as well, so it's kind of up in the air as to how they want to attack this round, but one thing is for sure, it's going to be a huge time waster on their part.
Synthetic's doing this massive offsite presence. You see Breach and CCTV, that's been reinforced, that Eastern Separate push, that's Goosik's probably going to attempt to head inwards just to clear second floor. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a little difficult, especially since Yaikel has also put down one of their pests underneath the hatch to make it so that they can't actually get any information as well if anyone's sitting inside. So it's going to slow down the Goosik squad even further. 2 players actually on the first floor hanging out. Yaikel has been hanging out there as well. Maybe will be a player we see contending in terms of this firefight, but I would not peek this door at all, even if you have an SMG-11, especially if you have an SMG-11. The ability to repel right there and have that line of sight from outside that doorway from the central hall is absolutely dominant. And already Goosik have control of dirt almost entirely. They've stepped inwards. They also have this Jackal to get this eye trackers, these Noxes, and capture the footprints. Proximity alarm tagged out. They're stepping in aggressively, spraying multiple signs. Baxley finds Pino. Watts finds Needles, a 3v5. Sharinian has to find one. Can only find one, but team killed by Yaikel. Jake finishes off Ashes, and Amp takes Yaikel. Goosik with an absolute slaughter runs in and finishes it so quick.
Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Just perfect execution by Goosik. They worked right off the bat. They're like, you know what? We don't even want to deal with the extension. Let's just go into site and hope for the best. And everything worked out for them, picking up the 5-on-3 entry, having complete control of the bomb site, a team kill favoring them as well. Synthetic wanted to help them in their own push and did that by having Sharian's brains blown out in the process. Just everything went their direction. Finally, they'll reclaim that round advantage. And that is the huge thing you have to worry about when you're doing that extension on the site of Church, is expecting a rush. Synthetic kind of knew the jig was up, but they just lost those critical gunfights, and then that caused a problem in and of itself. But now we're heading back in towards CCTV and Cash Room, which did favor Synthetic quite heavily. It really seemed that nothing was working on the side of Gusick. They couldn't clear out Raptors well enough. They only got platform wall opened up, and they didn't even get an entry. They injured off the my player of Sharian off the bat, but they didn't finish up what they left off. So it was not a good round for them, and hopefully history does not repeat itself if Gusick wants to put themselves in the front seat of match point.
Yeah, Gusick was able to frag. I mean, Sharinian getting down from garage door and then having to crawl up the stairwell and actually get revived up in Raptors. I mean, we saw picks for the most part at the beginning. Gusick finds it down, Synthetic gets a kill, Gusick gets a kill, Synthetic gets a kill, Gusick gets a kill, Synthetic gets 2 kills, and then 3 kills, and it's over. But it was really Ashes that did that, and the scoreboard kind of shows it as well. Ashes has 11 kills, and while Vino and Yeichel are a little bit behind, the entire roster of Gusick is just fragging better. They're all across the board a little bit more even. 8-6, 5-6, 7, 8-6, 7, 5, 3, 0, 9. I mean, Stacy's mom may have it going on, but Gusick's got the frag potential as well. A lot of really old song references there, just trying to jam them in there.
Yeah, you just kind of
tempting.
You just mixed two together that shouldn't even went through, but
I just jammed them in there. But
works for me.
We saw an obvious intent from Needles there to go for the spawn peak. Maybe that's what Sharinian was doing the last time around as well, and just didn't work out. But Gusick are kind of, I'd say, lucky to get away with their life there.
Push is coming in. Well, not a real push. You still have to worry about all the destruction. Nades will probably get tossed on in through Jay because he's on the Ana pick. That's going to force. They didn't reinforce the part that gets Xyros charge, so Amp was able to use a breaching charge. They must have ran out. Oh, yeah, because they're putting their reinforcements up in towards logistics wall. Yep, that's why they ran out. But that isn't going to really hinder Gusick all that much. Flores is on the board, so they're going to just use his Rotero drones, get rid of those Vulcan shields, and now construction really can't be pushed. This is turned in towards a double-edged sword because now Gusick just has a direct line of approach and they don't even have to worry about hard destruction. But of course, the sight line being opened up, that can still give Synthetic a kill or two so long as they're patient enough, and also still having a mute jammer on that back logistics wall. It's going to force Gusick to funnel in directly and towards that line of sight, which is being just eyed down by Yeichel, and that's going to give him that first entry that Synthetic desperately needs. The only place of presence right now is pretty much construction. Only one player of Waltz up in towards platform wall. This could easily just dilute into a one-sided funnel push, which would basically give Synthetic a fighting chance on this 10th round.
A fighting chance, but is it a big enough chance? Because Gusick has been just so dominant when it comes to fragging, to finding kills just across the board, that it's going to be very difficult for them to have to face off against it. Waltz does find the first kill for them into Sharinian. Sharinian even calling it a nice shot. It was being repelled over from this eastern subroof and actually finding themselves a nice cheeky headshot. But Yeichel is still holding strong next to doorway connecting to CCTV. Bino wants to peek towards that repelling wall, and unfortunately for Waltz, he will be able to pull himself up into the loving arms of Bino, who finishes him off with the shotgun. Baxley finds Bino in the process, but Yeichel is still there inside of construction, finding Nar. Ashes takes out Amp. Baxley is the last man standing in a 1v2. Sprays and prays towards Needles, hoping it'll be enough. Flashes do get tossed inwards. Needle is spraying to the other side, gets flashed by the other one, but still finds it because Baxley lost his own eyes. Unfortunate for him, but I think that it's the most unfortunately flashed himself in the process.
It's unlucky timing. You had to just immediately push in the bomb site in a 2-on-1, and it didn't really look like Synthetic had to push Gusick in that position. They really didn't. They were kind of just playing with their food at that point. It was a 1v2, and they had the sight line of the suicide balcony pretty much on lockdown. I mean, the hop-in did happen, but there wasn't much that Baxley could do by his lone sub, knowing to cover a plant, and not having 100% confirmed information on that last player. But regardless, the round will still swing in the way of Synthetic just because they really only had to deal with one direction of approach after they got rid of Waltz. And now they're going to head back to Gym and Bedroom, the only bomb site that hasn't given them any luck so far, which was Church. So they'll probably have much easier time on this site. And even just bringing the exact same strategies that they had, the same operator picks. I mean, the saying goes, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And there was really nothing wrong with Synthetic's defensive hold the first time they went to Gym and Bedroom, to be honest, Scott.
Yeah, I mean, This, I mean, Goosik's last attempt at this, they didn't set up crossfires correctly, they didn't have proper positioning in terms of their assaults, and they were ultimately felled by the synthetic roster because it was really just Sharinian sitting inside Logi Pocket that was able to find so much impact off of 2 quick and easy kills. One of them was a down, but finished off by, I believe, Bino at the time. That just guaranteed Synthetic that round. Any attempted push that came through from Gusik was just Synthetic saying, no, slap on your wrist, don't be a bad boy, get back to where you belong, and that's exactly what we saw. So I think that changes can and will be made from Gusik, but I don't know if the crossfires that are more of a tactical ability of the player and less of a strategy are going to be there for them.
Oh, this spawn peek could be deadly, and oh, it is! Needles finds the first trade on towards Jake. That's gotta sting for Gusik. Attacking a bomb site that you didn't do so well on the first time around, and now you're down a man already. It's going to just make everything so much difficult, and especially losing those fragmentation grenades. You only really have Rotero drones to flush out these operators now on their extensions up and towards cash and logistics, and already they're being burned through. Baxley only having 2 left once this one gets detonated. It's going to spell a very rough push coming in through by the attacking side of Goostick, and already the first minute being burned through as well. It's going to spell out defeat, especially if they don't win any type of refrags and get Yeikel out of this power position.
Ooh, unfortunate Nitro Cell toss by Yeikel. Doesn't actually make it through the breach. And unfortunately will miss the opportunity to go for a kill that, in fact, wasn't really there in the first place because this Gusik squad doesn't want to step in through breach. They're buying their time. They're kind of waiting for it. Rotero drone going through, attempting to gather information. It does that and also does it considering the fact that they're not able to actually use it very substantially. It only goes forward, really. You kind of have to use your mouse and W to control and gather the information. You can't just slowly move in with a drone like normal and gather that intel. So it looks to be Synthetic is scared of that still. They take a step back, but Needles takes a step forward through Construction Door for Master Pedging, leading to Construction Door and finds the pick onto Amp. Now doing a run out, but Waltz is ready for it, narrowly avoiding his own death. Now sitting at about 10 HP. But still getting the frag nonetheless. 2 more Rotero drones left, the second to last one now being used. Looking to maybe step towards that mirror window, but it is mute jammered out, and Waltz is fizzled out. Unfortunately, now just Baxley and Gnar, last 2 standing.
No grenades or real explosives. Got Rotero drones getting blocked off by the mute jammer. It's going to keep Sharian just in this power position still. Stuns coming out. That's going to impair his vision for the time being, but they're all going to evaporate, and now Narmu has to push in with no intel, and he'll get that kill regardless, which evens things up now, but Yeikel is still stepping up big, and that's going to put the hands all up in for Baxley in this 1v2. Basically the same position that he was in earlier, and he'll die basically the exact same way. Synthetic taking round number 11, and now they're on the cusp of victory because they've put themselves in a match point moving forward in around 12. They've made a great comeback so far on these defensive sides, basically by just doing the exact same thing that Gusik did, having heavy defensive holds and then not really giving up a lot of map control, only the amount that was necessary to just guarantee more frags.
Obviously, Synthetic have made the comeback. They've been on the up and up, have actually managed to find success. But this is where Gusik won prior. If they can win this, then we're going to be brought into the overtime where Gusik can probably be able to find themselves success. I mean, they won their first half, so maybe we'll see them. I don't know what the overtime split will look like. I don't actually know who is going to be starting on what side. But if Gusik gets defense twice, then this may just be it for Synthetic. Synthetic, this round is everything for them. I'm going to go ahead and say it. This round is everything because
Absolutely.
It's a toss-up. The overtime is going to be a toss-up, and I'm very wary if I am Synthetic about this Gusik squad because they're giving you a run for your money. Synthetic was just so favored to win this because of who they are, and Gusik has come out of the woodworks, out of nowhere, to make them work for it, to make them hurt. And that's exactly what we've seen. Ashes has had to drop a 12-kill game to even get to this point. Yeikel has finally been able to show back up and equalize with their team, and that's been how Synthetic is evening it out and actually going ahead at this point is because Yeikel, who was tied at some point with Bino earlier, as I talked about it, Yeikel and Bino were slagging behind when it came to kills and evenness with their squad. Yeikel's been finding frag after frag and has managed to help his team enough to give them a match point, match lead, round lead advantage.
And everyone on the side of Synthetic is playing every other role. Yaiko last round was on the Goyo, now he's playing Jaeger. Everyone is doing a little bit of everything. Everyone's been getting a fair amount of kills. Bino's on the backside, but he's been on that hard support role, so he's obviously doing just fine. The stats would just tell you a different story, but we all know that Bino is doing incredibly well, so is the rest of his team. And Gusik's bringing up a tough fight as well, but now they're not going to have that luxury of being able to do a rush in towards Dirt Tunnel, which is what gave them that win overall. They knew an extension was occurring and that they could just walk into the bomb site pretty much undisturbed, only by a couple of players, but now Synthetic is doing the polar opposite. They're going for a heavy anchor setup because they just don't want to give away that site control as easily as they did last time. And Gusik now clearing out basically an empty roam because there's no one up above on the very top floor. It's going to burn through a lot of their precious seconds, make that vertical play a lot more tricky, especially since there are a couple of nitros to be had in both the hands of Bino and Needles on the mirror and mute combination. It's gonna lead to a lot of issues later on, but right now it's a lot of silence on the side of Team Gusik.
Yeah, a lot of silence. They've been shut down time and time again, and this attempted roam clear we are seeing from the Jackal player Baxley. Baxley's been playing out of his mind, but it just hasn't really been enough, and that's kind of been a bit of a problem. But Ashes, who's got 12, but I mean, Baxley has just been insuring in the process, and Ash just hasn't had to do that to get those kills. Only 7 deaths, has survived a lot of the onslaughts from Gusik's team, and that's a really important factor because Baxley has 9 of those deaths. I mean, that means that he's introed into almost, in fact, every one of these rounds but 2 and died. And that's not a very good stat sheet for him. He needs to be able to find more impact while also staying alive to be able to continue finding that impact like we've seen Ashes do time and time again.
Habana trick is going to go through perfectly. The impact's denying it perfectly. The only real approach now for Gusik is through Moto, and so far it's still being stalled out. C4 gets tossed by Needle. It's not going to connect just yet, but he still has that deadly sight line, which is going to force Jake to stop dead in his tracks. Got to worry about the Kool-Aid hole as well, and Sharian is going to just hit all of his shots. Down goes Jake. The first entry and the second entry now favoring Synthetic. There's only 40 seconds left, and it's just a sea of blue. Bino finds the head-on towards Baxley. It's all up to Narmu and Waltz, who are really just questioning as to what just happened this past round. I'll tell you what, Synthetic wants to end it, but all of a sudden they're blundering massively. All of a sudden, a 2-on-2 is now the new player count because Gusik is just waiting patiently, but eventually they're going to have to bite the bullet, working their way in towards the bomb site. They don't have much time left to stall up and through, and the all that hand, a deadly weapon to try and push up against this. It'll be Bino, though, to try and force things out, but it's not going to work for him just yet, and the plant's now going down. Having no C4 to deny it either is going to be tricky here, but luckily Maestro's behind to get one, but it won't be enough. Naramu gets the last 2 frags of the round in the post-plant situation. Overtime now, not a 7-5 victory for Synthetic. They'll have to hold their own for just a little while longer if they want to beat the underdogs in this best of 1.
All right. Well, unfortunately for Gusik, despite the phenomenal return we've seen, that's 2 returns now for the Gusik squad that they have managed to come back with and win. But they don't get to be on the defense twice. They have to play the attack twice in terms of this overtime. And this gym bedroom site has definitely not been kind for Gusik. Synthetic have just absolutely lambasted them when it comes to defending this. And they've got to change up their strategy. They've attempted the same thing every single time, John. And I'm sorry to say, but when you repeat the same things over and over again, it really is the definition of insanity, and Gusik are going to be out of their minds upset when they lose this because Synthetic just do the same thing over and over again to beat them back in return. I mean, repeating the same thing over and over again can sometimes be good. Like on the defense, if you win, if you repeat the same thing, it's fine as long as they repeat the same thing. But you're kind of, I think the term is not playing correctly if you repeat the same
you're simply
strategy.
wrong.
Yeah, you're just wrong. And, yeah, no one wants to be wrong, except for maybe Chief. He does that all the time. But that's not really an important factor right now. What is important is the fact that Gusik, this round, could be make it or break it for them. They can take it in stride and just completely go, but they have to either win this one or the 3rd round, because I think them on the defense, it's a pretty good chance they're just going to take it. It just comes down to whether or not Synthetic will flub this one like they have the 2 rounds we've seen prior that they had a bit of a problem with the comeback.
A lot of hot takes, but sadly Chief's takes are very cold and don't make any sense. He's blabbering around like an old man, but we've seen a lot of valiant attempts by both these teams, which is why things are so evened up. But if Synthetic just puts themselves in the same position they were basically every round when Gym and Bedroom was played, or really any site when they're at a huge lead, and just don't get overconfident in themselves, Gusick really just cannot recover. And when that has happened, they've just simply lost. When every angle is being watched perfectly, they have to just kind of funnel into the site. That's easy pickings for any defensive team, not just Synthetic at the moment. But I'm shocked we're not seeing a Mira. And I think the only reason why that is probably because Synthetic was like, well, we've done it to them twice now. They're going to expect it a third time. They'll try to clear out logistics a little bit more heavily. But nope, Gusick is still up to their same tricks. They're going to try to get the extension cut out of the picture with that push up and towards platform wall, then in a CCTV, and then finally cash in red. But they're still wasting plenty of time. Luckily, they're not going to have to worry, though, about that mirror window like I just mentioned, but they're still wasting plenty of time and not really getting themselves in any advantageous positions.
Yeah, it's a massive deficit for them. You do see the Lion drone going out, forcing this Synthetic roster to stay still. They're doing a better job of keeping an emphasis in regards to this gym window instead, and I think that's the smarter decision, because every single run out we've seen on this objective has found a kill or has been able to deal out a ton of damage. We're going to see Lion, that's going to be Jake, dropping down to window, leading inside pool. Needles is flanking from central stairs. It could be that he meets up with Jake here, but I think there's one other player on the first floor. It's going to be two. One's in bathroom, your Zofia player, and one's in billiards. He runs out. He does not. Misses the shot. Needles, how do you lose that? Ample capitalize, finding that pick of 4v5. Now pulling out the lifeline, dropping a concussive blast from Central. Faxley rushes inside of Logi from Hatch. Yaiko will find the kill instead, though Sharenian is sitting pretty in pocket as well. A 4v4, but you cannot lose that, Needles.
The main push basically denied, and Beto finds a needed shot on a Jake. There goes the hop in. Map control, though, still in the hands of Narmu as he hops in as well, having to try to pick out one gunfight. Ash is underneath, gets rid of Amp, and it's all up to Narmu. And while it's Narmu by himself in the middle of sight, having to worry about so many different angles, and it's all up to him in a 1 versus 4. He picks up one on a Sharian, but still is worried about the player towards main stairwells. Ash is using the smoke grenade to his own advantage. The push comes through. Finally, a double kill favors the Thermite, but he has to pick up another 2, secure the 4K, and he'll get this win in pure hands. Yiko wasting plenty of time. Oh my god, Narm with the third. He's looking for all 4, and he gets it. Gusick, are you kidding me right now? They clutch out the round, all in the hands of Narmu. That's a clip right there for the Twitch chat. Oh my goodness, you should not be getting away with that, but every gunfight he took was one-on-one, and he just took the coin flip and had it every single chance he could get.
Absolutely spectacular play for Narmu. An absolute showcase, an absolute rout against Synthetic. Now they get to start off on the defense. They're going to pick up CCTV and Cash Room. Oh my goodness. I'm going to go ahead and say it. Thank goodness for Gusick that we're the ones casting it, because Chief wouldn't have even seen that with his just massive cataracts. But a great round for Gusick. They played spectacularly at first, got felled so quickly by the Synthetic roster. I thought for sure it would be over when when Needles had the flank on Amp on that Zofia, and it just didn't happen. But no, Narmu staying in the game ahead of it and finding so much impact. Oh my gosh. Yeah, honestly, Synthetic didn't even deserve to win that after Needles flubbed every shot but 2 into Amp. And that's exactly what happened in the end. Gusick will take their attacking overtime round, the most important one arguably for them, because defense has been their favored half so far in this matchup.
I even said this leading up in around number 13. Don't ever count Gusick out, no matter what position they're in. It wasn't a 2v5 this time. No, it was even worse, a 4v1 with every angle being just keenly observed. And Synthetic still lost to Narmu, who was just in sight. He was just in all over the place and just found the perfect time to just find every kill. I'm foaming at the mouth, because that solo play by Narmu, it did give them the chance to actually win this out 8-6 now and not even have to wait another round, because like you and I both have mentioned, they play a whole lot better on defense. And with the lineup at hand, having both Thatcher and Maverick banned off the board, it does make a lot more sense, and that allows for extensions to be a lot easier, hard destruction 10 times more difficult and complex. So everything is the stars are aligning for Gusick, but they earn this seat. They most definitely have, because that 1v4 should not have been won.
This is the strangest multiverse theory I think I've ever seen. This is worse. I mean, this is such an outlandish theory for multiverses that like even Loki makes sense at this point. I mean, in what timeline do we see Synthetic face off against Gusick, a squad that nobody knew going into this, right? That nobody really had a good understanding of. A Synthetic that's a roster that's almost guaranteed for almost any league they go out for, and yet have just thrown round after round, basically handing a couple of them to Gusick as they made massive comebacks from 4v2s, from 5v2s, and from a 4v1. Oh my gosh, Synthetic are just... They have to do absolutely everything. These next 2 rounds have to be just perfect, but their mentality must be down so bad, John. I'm not sure they can actually bring themselves to make the comeback.
And they've been playing perfectly too. That's the sad thing. And then all of a sudden they just throw. They just start trolling. They do a little bit of trolling and they lose their rounds. Hopefully we don't see that by Synthetic. At the moment, they're doing a pretty good job on their attacking side. They've gotten that platform wall opened up, but I've said this several times now, if you only have platform wall opened up, you really can't attack on CCTV and Cash. You got to get control of either construction or rafters, and what we're witnessing, Synthetic is trying to work their way up in towards that construction side. Then they can try to clear out Cash. They still have to deal with rafters, of course, and Amp is also underneath up and towards Oil Pit. He could be a big difficulty to work around later on. Obviously, he's still under the dust for the time being, but so far, this mostly just spells out funnel right across Synthetic's forehead, but that entry will most definitely help them when they only have 30 seconds time.
Yeah, with only 30 seconds left, it's going to be very dangerous. Nades being tossed in. Jake's attempting to hold from this Raptors side. A spray from Ashes is attempting to find some damage through that reinforcement. 3 players attempting to push in through construction. One has CCTV window, and another one's attempting going elsewhere. Nar finds one. Amp is felled by Needles, but Jake and Nar find 2 on top of it. He's going to be felled back in return by Shareni in a 2v2 in place. Ashes will get the lunchbox down, but will be killed by Shareni. Sorry, Shareni will be killed immediately after by Jake. A post-plant scenario. It is a 1v2. Ashes has to face everything and cannot get it done. Gusick will win the game, facing off against the powerhouse of Synthetic, but they're not enough. An artificial loss, and Gusick will take the W.
Just blood pumping round. All the action was up and towards Cash, and it was a collective workaround by Gusick. A hard-fought victory indeed. You've got to give them credit. You and I both mentioned that not much was recalled about Gusick. I feel like they've just been out of the picture for such a long time, but they're definitely trying to put themselves as an up-and-coming name in UPL after that masterful performance by Synthetic, one of the teams that you always dread having to play up against. You know what I wonder, Scott? I wonder how well they're going to play up against Mystic. Hopefully we get that pick at some point in time this weekend today. But if not, then I think I'll subside with just that first matchup, because what a brilliant way to start things off. A team that we knew so much about, had so much hope for them, and they underperformed. That's the best way to put it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Mystic Gusick game would be pretty darn good. I mean, Gusick's a team that's TDM styled, absolutely popping off and just playing out of their minds, right? I mean, they're so aggressive. They're winning these engagements against the Synthetic roster, and it just is, it's insane. It's phenomenal by all accounts. But we'll talk a little bit about the games that have already gone on. 9-3 beat Surf Esports, so that's a pretty good game for them. Cursed Ascension managed to beat Rats. Prodigy and Karina Kolf Esports have yet to finish so far, but Beware Mob loses to Pink Panthers. Surf Esports Academy wins against Core Kanji. Synthetic loses to Gusick. And Candace manages to beat Space Bears. And of course, Team Mystic got their bye. So they had an easy first round win for them. Nothing too shocking, all things considering it's Mystic. I think that was going to go to them anyways, no matter what. But we'll have to see. I mean, obviously, we've already seen an upset once. We'll probably see a couple more. We'll have to see what game we're doing next. I think it's going to be a pretty big one, no matter what it may be. But stay tuned. We'll get that one right back to you guys once the last few matches fizzle out and finish up. And we'll be back with some more UPL action.
Rainbow Six fans, welcome back to the second open qualifier for UPL. If you need a refresher, my name is Fel, also joined here by Infernosis, also known as Scott, and I'm also known as John, if you were interested in wondering that earlier on. But we're back in for some more action on Rainbow Six. The two teams now are going to be Korinikoff Esports versus Cursed. And similar to last matchup, Scott, I have not heard of either one of these teams. I don't know why my camera's dying. Does my mic sound fine?
You're good. You're good.
Okay.
Krennikov, nobody, I have no clue who they are. I have no idea who Cursed Ascension is either. So it's going to be interesting to see how these two work. I like that somebody earlier in the chat, John, was saying that like they're asking what your skincare routine is now. I now think they need to ask you who your internet provider is because they need to
That's
know
what we need
who
to
not to
avoid.
go to, apparently. But I'll digress. We'll go into the map bans real fast to talk about what we're looking forward to going into. Hopefully, Chalet. I doubt it. Nobody ever wants to play Chalet. It absolutely is just the runt of the litter, apparently, for the maps. I hate that. That's my favorite map in human existence. If you disagree, well, then you're a chief, and that's about the biggest insult I can think of. So we're gonna continue to dog on Chief all day, even though he's probably one of my better two.
Yeah, it's because we get away with it. That's why Chief doesn't entirely hate us, only slightly. I don't know about you. He probably hates you a little bit more because you make more fun of him than I do. But
Better than him too.
anywho, I would agree. I'm a huge fan of Chalet, huge fan of Coastline, just aggressive maps that are also just not played a lot, really fun. I love seeing TSM play in Chalet in Pro League. They are just a powerhouse when it comes to that. But in best of ones, we're probably not going to see a lot of Chalet or Coastline, especially for the map bans, which we're going to get to in a second. Everyone's just finalizing them. We're not going to just prolong this for ages, but it's almost guaranteed that Coastline and Schley are probably going to get banned. Not many teams are too comfortable with them. And like I mentioned at the beginning of this broadcast altogether, it's going to be most likely a lot of Clubhouse, a lot of Cafe, a lot of Oregon, just because those are just the normal NA specialties. And even T3 especially, it's heavily dominated on that. But maybe we'll get some surprise maps here and there. Maybe a Villa, for example, because I am a diehard fan of Villa as well, not just Chalet and Coastline, just because it's slightly out of the norm when it comes to maps being picked.
Well, how about you want to make a bet? I'll bet that Villa is played, and then you will bet something else.
Okay.
We'll put no money on it because it's not a
House.
House?
Yeah.
What do you mean house?
I mean house. Have you
All
not
right.
heard of the map, Scott?
Yeah,
I thought you've been playing
you
since
go
beta.
house. All right, yeah.
Yeah.
My brain just did not comprehend. All right, first bands, Krinikov will take out Coastline, followed by Cursed Ascension Clubhouse, Chalet, Consulate Cafe. Thank you, Krinikov. I appreciate that a lot. And then lastly, but not least, Cursed Ascension has their choice to pick off and remove Oregon, and they'll do just that. Villa will, in fact, be played. So you owe me big hug, big kiss, whatever you want it to be. We'll go with that, and then we'll start off with Krinikov on the defense. But I think we're actually ready to jump in. I think that's what we just heard from the production.
Yeah, just gave us a heads up. Hey, everyone's in. We can start. I'm okay with that. We can talk about the map while the bands are coming through, while we get to see the lovely opening transition of the map itself being selected in the starting phase as well. You know, it's got a great atmosphere, Villa does. And it's also fun to talk about because there's plenty of stuff that can be had. The bands can be really interesting. There is a lot to talk about, especially since Villa doesn't get played all the time. It's a decent map to go to in a best of 3 or best of 5, for example, but since we're in a Swiss format and we're in the open quals, best of 1s are kind of the go-to. So seeing this being picked is quite shocking, in my opinion, but I still love talking about it, especially the bands as well, which are somewhat similar to other maps like Clubhouse or also Oregon. We'll probably see Mirror being banned perhaps, or at least still that common Valkyrie. But first and foremost, ban number 1 on the attacking side, it's going to be an Ace, shockingly, not a Thatcher, but Ace is still incredibly strong on this map, so I don't blame Corna to do that whatsoever.
Yeah, I think that's current comp team. They get their pick right now. Sorry, not right now. They get their pick at the end, so they've had to deal with the first, and then they get the end. They'll take Ace. Like you said, it's not a shocking ban. Fortunately, Crafty on Twitter, who is making sure that we all know where he is from, where you can find him, they're going to go ahead and ban for this Cursed Ascension squad Sledge. So an interesting decision. We're going to see Alibi in play, which means that we're probably going to be able to... No, sorry, Alibi. Nomad in play, which means you will get to see Nomad. We're also going to get to see Thatcher in play. That's that's not the most shocking thing for this map, so that's not a very strange thing at all. I think Valkyrie will be banned, and I think Mira might be banned, because it's a pretty common one to see as well. Don't worry, he's returned. He's just making sure we know where he's from. Mira, in fact, is banned. Curse extension, making sure that I am not cursed in my commentary at the very least, and I'm at least getting some things right for the day. The only other things I can confirm I get right is the roast on Chief, but Krinikov, they get their last choice here, the pick to decide who to ban. I would be shocked if it's not Valkyrie, but it could be anyone at this point.
Could be. It wouldn't even be a Kaid because Satchel on the board. I was going to immediately hard point to that. No, it. Oh, wow, you're wrong. Get owned, Scott. It's a Maestro. It's the other Intel Gatherer. But I would probably think Valkyrie is a little bit better to be banned just because she's much more versatile. But that does not mean Maestro is a bad ban. He's really difficult to deal with on a lot of spots for Villa, the 90 corner near Aviator in games where you can put the Evil Eye over the back hatch, then break that. So you have to rely on a well-timed grenade or an explosive charge by a Zofia or an Ashe. Little things like that are all over the place on Villa, which is why Maestro is really strong and sometimes gets banned. It's kind of a similar story on Cafe Dostoevsky as well, which hopefully we don't go to because neither me or Scott like that map. But like I mentioned, that allows for Valkyrie to be opened up in the play on top of that. And like you mentioned, the Thatcher's allowed. There's a Bana on the board. Mira, sadly, not, unlike last time. But I'm surprised that we're not seeing a castle on this extension, because once you get rid of that sledge in play, it makes having castle on the board a must-have, just because it makes these extensions a lot easier to perform, and these roam clears 10 times more difficult because you have to sacrifice those explosive lifelines, those grenades, those Ashe charges, because you don't have a gigantic sledgehammer to go Kool-Aiding around the entire building.
I just now realized who this Kurinikov team is. And I love every single one of them. I'm gonna be brutally honest. Esteem from Depth, Modelo, Spiker.
Oh my god, this is like a pickup
Crafty.
team.
Oh my goodness, this is a pickup team. This is the GOAT
This is the definition of a pickup team.
This is they are coming in here and they're playing their heart out. This is absolutely hilarious. Meanwhile, for the Cursed Distancing squad, you've got Pickle, Cuddy, Anxiety. I mean, we've all had that. Yuki and Boz.
Sadly.
It's going to be their squad lineup. And IQ is in play here. This may be because they want to try and clear out some of the maybe hard breach denial, because there is a Kaid. Maybe they want to clear out some of the cameras a little bit better, some of Modelo's pests. I mean, a lot to be questioned in regard to that. But one player narrowly avoiding death, but Yuki is still there to find it. Modelo will take the first L in this map. It'll be Yuki who finds it.
Very nonchalant roam going on down. First pick is not going to favor Karina, obviously, but Spiker's still underneath, and he gets a nice shot in towards Yuki. He'll have to fight someone out. And towards Bathroom, though, he hears the sound cue, so just waiting around, trying to find a possible angle. Pre-fires it out, but Spiker does not get that kill confirmed on the boss, but he'll get away with his life and make himself a little bit more of a pain in the behind on the side of Cursed Ascension, because they haven't fully removed that roam clear now. They got one pick, but still have a couple of different operators to worry about, and having to clear out the main stairwell if they want to try to push out of steam. Anxiety getting lit up from outside as well. It's just a ton of separate gunfights going on down, and Cursed Ascension is kind of just stuck underneath the building right now. They have to work their way up in towards Study, perhaps, to get that hard destruction through, which is the entire reason why they're underneath, to get rid of those electric claws like you just mentioned. But players like Esteemed are going to be a huge problem in terms of doing that, and he'll prove that point quite effectively because he picks up the body kill on towards Cuddy and makes things a 4-on-3 favoring Corinna.
Yeah, this is a good position to be in, a 4-on-3. Still trying to play from below. Cursed Ascension is really hoping that they can find another influential pick, but this Corinna team is not going to allow that. Esteem finds himself a kill. Pickle is going to have to say goodbye for this one. A 4v2 as Anxiety and Boz are the last two standing. Boz does find one into Esteem, but immediately felled after. We're trapped now on this main steps. Downed, but not out, but Anxiety is trapped inside Study. Long shot over towards the Hunting Vault, does not manage to find a kill. Tries to tack through a wall, but Spiker is there instead. Gets the shots where he cannot, and will guarantee this Kurinikov team a round one victory. By the way, John, do you pronounce it cursed or cursed?
I think cursed would be better, not cursed. I don't know. I feel like either or works.
Cursed, right? Like,
did I say cursed at all? Is that why you
said
asked?
Cursed, yeah. Yeah.
I think they're interchangeable, to be honest. I like how curse sounds, but if I'm not thinking when I talk, which is like 90% of the time when I cast, I'm probably gonna say some funny words like cursed. It's like saying neither or neither. They're both right, but one just is said more. I think it's the
Yeah.
best way to describe it. But
Yeah.
great work by Korinikov. I was
No,
also
we're
trying
not
to
done
worry
about this
about.
word thing. We're not done about
No,
this
we're
word
not. All
thing.
right. What
We're
else?
not
What
done
else?
about this
What
word
other
thing.
questions do you have, Scott?
I mean, like it's like cursed and cursed, kind of like tomato, tomato, or like herb and herb,
Yeah, I
right?
think
Like,
Cursed Ascension works better because Ascension is in the name. If it was just
yeah,
Cursed, then maybe Cursed if you want to be fancy, but
yeah.
it doesn't sound as good next to Ascension. I think that's the big problem with it.
I don't know. I just like the word ascension because it was a great map on zombies for Black Ops, but
I
that's
miss
not
Black Ops
it's not a
Zombies.
huge point of right now. I mean, like cursed ascension, it doesn't sound that good, right? I mean, like cursed ascension, the name sounds good. Cursed ascension actually doesn't sound that bad. It just sounds like it's a lot more serious. The cursed ascension.
Well, you know me,
You know, like,
I'm incredibly serious right now.
yeah, I'm super serious with this. You know, the Korinikov players are spamming. They want their OnlyFans in the chat. So yeah, I mean, it's a very serious game right now.
I am hoping that it gets serious in terms of good hype, like last matchup did, though, and both teams can probably do that pretty well. I mean, a pickup team, it's all in the aggressiveness because you're not used to scrimming with these players at all. It's a lot different from Cursed Ascension, where these players on the side of Korinikov, they are all over the place. We have Modelo, we have Spiker, Esteem. These are maybe friends that play ranked together, but ranked is just a completely different breed than competitive itself. It's so much different. So having that factor in, it's going to just force aggressiveness to come in through more by Karina and not so much Cursed.
Yeah, and Karina managed to beat Prodigy, and Cursed Ascension managed to beat Rad, so both teams are coming off a W. Yugi's going to come off of an L as this team will be able to finish off the down that they had managed to get just prior, and Cuddy will be taking a massive blow to the elbows from Spiker's Nitro from down below, and the domination's just going to continue going forward. Modelo finds one of the K1A right back into Pickle's forehead. An unfortunate shot misses from this Korinikov team as Boz narrowly avoids the Tracers that shot. A kill now finally falling in Cursed Ascension's favor. It looks more like a cursed scoreboard at this point, as you will see that Trip A will be felled by anxiety. A 4v2 in play. I mean, who hasn't been felled by anxiety before? But a 4v2 in play, and Cursed Ascension are 2 men down in a round down, probably about to be 2 rounds down, as anxiety takes a massive L from Modelo, finished off by Spiker's knife.
Anxiety getting stabbed in through the heart. That hits way too close to home, sadly. Scott, are you okay?
Yeah, sorry, college. Their team
all right.
killing.
Yeah, fair enough. I don't think Modelo's okay anymore either because he just got betrayed with a great shot by Spiker. It's out for blood still. He's very impatient. He wants to find this last kill of Boz, who is currently kill baiting. A bit of a tactical timeout. It's probably the proper terminology because there isn't much you can really do in this position if Korinikov doesn't want to over-compromise themselves. They really have everything in the bag. Carriers outside in your balcony. It's a lost cause. The best thing for Cursed Ascension to do is just simply talk it out. Take this time and just work with it the best you can and even find some nice shots because Boz got a really good long shot on towards Esteem, but still having to find 2 and not the most amount of time in the world to work with and having to force himself to find frags instead of trying to attempt to plant. It's going to be a lot more tricky for Cursed Ascension. It's still doable, but still difficult. And yeah, Karina, they don't want to throw away this round. It's going to be Spiker just to run across the map, holding down that carrier and barricading it up probably as well. Boz having to now 1v1 up against Crafty, who goes up for the wide swing, and it's only going to take 1 shot to the brain with that Mossberg in hand. Such close quarters. 2-0 now for Korinikov Esports, sorry, as they're still typing up in all chat. Their mental game is just on a whole nother level right now. I'm loving every second of this, Scott.
They are, by every account, this Korinikov team is just playing. They're having fun. They're enjoying this. They are a pug stack. They are.
Yeah, Craft even said that in the all
shooting.
chat.
Yeah,
he said this is so much fun.
They are just playing right now. They are 100% just playing. I mean, Crafty has like 35 billion like Twitter accounts, so I don't know why the heck he's put his his new one on there. But, nonetheless, this Chronicom team has been playing exceptionally well. Maybe I should put my Twitter my name. INFERNOS1S on Twitter, sly nod.
No one's still gonna follow you. I'm sorry.
I need 2 followers. I'm close to 200. But this Chronicom team have been playing spectacularly, toying around really is what it felt like. But I guess it'll kind of maybe change on the attack, right? I mean, attacking is a side where you can't really do what you're doing now, just waiting for them, kind of playing your own game. You kind of have to play into the defensive side. That may be where we see this pug stat kind of start to fall behind.
It'll be a lot more difficult once Cursed Ascension kind of realizes, hey, they're mostly just winning on their gunfights and their roam. Eventually, once that happens, Cursed Ascension will be in a much better spot. They're still trying to work around it, though. There's probably nothing that they've gone up against before, especially with a team that isn't much to be known about, and then just against some of the best players inside of T3, a lot of veteran players. Esteem, great example, Modelo and Spiker. I mean, we're saying these names over and over again. Even Crafty and Trippin. I mean, we've been around these players for such a long time in SFCL, SES, literally any league. We see these guys, and they always perform. They're doing it here in UPL as well. I mean, Spiker's still 5-0. Some other players have to catch up, of course, but it's not that big of a concern for the time being, at least.
This is one of the only leagues now running at this point in time. I mean, you got most of the T3 scene is in downtime, so why not have a little bit of a punk stack? Why not go into this UPL summer season and play out, right? I don't think any of the other major league leagues in terms of T3 scene are active for another month, even 2 months. So you've got time to come into this and have a good time and to stay, cracked on the sticks, right? Like, I mean, my guy Justin, Esteem here, he's pretty cracked in the sticks. Already got 3 kills to his name. Definitely showing up so far, but this Cursed Ascension squad, they're kind of prepared for a team that actually is playing a little bit seriously, and this current cop team's not really doing that. Yes, they're going for kills, they're finding success, but they're just kind of random about it. I mean, they're playing basically 3 roamers. They've got an Alibi, a Pulse, a Valkyrie to roam. I mean, I'm shocked even Esteem isn't just completely away from sight. They were sitting in Astronomy earlier, so kind of, but it's just such a strange... I'm shocked they're not just playing down in Library at this point. Like, they could do whatever they wanted.
Yeah, it is honestly a little shocking. They are still doing kind of the norm, but just a little bit more nonchalantly. It's going to cost them that first frag, though, but they're ready for a flank right here because Spiker is just completely uncontested. He has some help from Esteem, so that's going to bring things in towards a 4 versus 3. All of a sudden, now Karinikov is still able to hold above for a little while longer, but Boz does eventually find up that kill on towards Spiker. It'll force Karinikov to play a little bit slower now. They're still holding up above, though, which is quite shocking. If they hold it down for about 20 more seconds or so, that would be great, but Trippin realizes that his time is eventually up. There's only about 60 seconds left, so this push is still going to be very hectic for Cursed Ascension because they don't really have any outlying advantages. They only have top 4 control, and they haven't been able to find a kill off it. They've lost a player of anxiety from the hands of Trippin as he finds a beautiful angle underneath the attacking side.
It really does feel like to me that this Karinikov team is just finding success in regards to playing below. I mean, Cursed Ascension is trying to play above. You've got Esteem sitting inside Logi, watching Hatch, ready for them to play through. Modelo's watching Crossfire over towards Trophy. And then, of course, Trippa is just winning gunfights from down below in Kitchen and Dining. It's a phenomenal ability to play both angles. It doesn't look like a pug stack team, and probably isn't by all accounts. They're just well-versed. They're doing well. They're doing exceptionally well for themselves. And it's really just forcing this Cursed Ascension squad to think twice about basically any and everything that they do. Watch this laundry push now have to go forward. 2 seconds left. Cursed Ascension, it's over. And, oh no, an attempted melee. Tried. Oh, so close, but could not get it. No cigar in laundry room. Well, probably no cigar in the first place because Maestro is removed. But, whatever. Karinikov will take yet another round. And Spiker is continuing to drop in with the words, making or poking fun at the time management problems that Cursed Ascension have been having. And they're even calling out
Esteem just ratioed that poor man. Wow. He's very angry he did not get that knife kill. I don't blame him, though. I would have been pretty upset, too. But Karinikov, I doubt they're upset at all at the fact that they're up on a 3-round lead. They have not really seen a lot of bite back by Cursed Ascension. They were able to get top floor in their hands at some point, but They really took too much time. It was said perfectly in all chat. The time management by Cursed Ascension is not where it needs to be. They're pushing with only 5 seconds left. They were literally standing up top hoping they'd find a kill with their vertical sightlines. No, you can't do that. If you don't have enough time, Corinna Koff is going to know that, and they're just not going to look up above on their angles. You saw that perfectly. 2 players holding down the laundry push, which is basically where Cursed Ascension had to funnel into. It was a disaster waiting to happen. Their attacking side completely collapsed on that 3rd round, and every bomb site that Kornikov Esports has gone to, well, they've simply won it, but they've defended it perfectly, denying the vertical play with heavy roam presence, and then extending on out in towards Aviator, keeping that bomb carrier up in towards that study balcony the entire round, basically. It's just been a lot of minor mistakes on the side of Cursed Ascension, and they really haven't recovered yet.
I think there is a massive sign as of right now for how comfortable Kronikov is feeling. I mean, the fact that they're even dropping in and chatting away and dropping these signs, they're feeling very nice. In this Cursed Ascension squad, they only have a few more rounds to try and face off against this. The fact that Kronikov has already gotten 3 kills. Sorry, not 3 kills, 3 rounds. They've got more than 3 kills. I mean, even alone, a Steam Spiker have more than 3 kills individually, let alone 3 kills total, but they're still playing out of their minds in terms of this defense, this Cursed Ascension squad. They have to find what's going to work. They have to adjust accordingly, and I'm not sure that the IQ and I'm not sure that the buck are exactly what you need to do with that. I know Sledge is banned, and you kind of have to have a replacement, but an Ash would work fine instead of the IQ. An Ash would probably work fine instead of your buck. There's just better opportunity. Heck, I would take a 0 at this point. You get a hard breach in the pocket that you can work with, and you have his cams that you can actually shoot forward and gather information with. Cursed Ascension needs to just kind of change things up until Kronikov just doesn't know how to deal with it.
And, you've got to be kidding me, Spiker. Just no one droning out properly. They're trying to clear out the roamers, and it's not working. Cursed Ascension just seems out of place. Finally, that refrag eventually occurs on towards Spiker. He's not going to get incredibly lucky. Spiker's even saying the same thing I am. Why don't you get up in the caster booth and talk with us? Because we need some pro analysis for the time being, because Cursed Ascension surely needs it. Modelo finds one on top of all the action. A 4-on-2 now with just about a minute 20 left on the clock. Cursed Ascension there, already at their wits' end, and we're only on the 4th round, Scott. This is just popping red flags in the back of my mind, and I'm almost certain that Cursed Ascension is in the exact same shoes that I am. They know something is wrong, but they just simply cannot figure out what it is.
Yeah, they are absolutely being just losing gunfights. That's really what it is. I don't think it's necessarily that this Kronikov team is, their strategy is outplaying this Cursed Ascension squad. I think it's the fact they're just losing the gunfights. Their players individually aren't winning the 50-50s. We see that engagement as you see your Mozzie player dive over balcony ledge and then just cleaned up by your teammate behind. No even time to finish them off. It's a phenomenal performance. It's a showboat performance right now from Kronikov. And while the humor is there for their name and they're obviously joshing around just slightly, they are a respectable team in the fact that they are beating this Cursed Ascension roster. And Cursed Ascension is a well-placed, well-versed team in regards to their organization. They've been around since like 2016. They've got a pretty big following in regards to their name. They've had a lot of success in terms of esports and entertainment and whatnot. Like, in all honesty, you would think that with a team that has that they could beat this, feels like a pug stat, Kronikov team, but they're just losing once. They're losing gunfights. Kronikov is, by all accounts, just dogging on them in performance.
The roam game has been spot on for Kronikov, and that's been the biggest problem with Cursed Ascension. They just don't clear it out right. We saw that last round that they didn't do a good enough job droning, which caused Spiker to find the first entry, and that happened when trying to attack the top floor area of Trophy and Saturary when Dining was being played as a bomb site. Just Spiker on a flank from nowhere, and no one having a flank cam or an air jab to watch for that. Cursed Ascension's been bringing in Nomad, yet the roam game and flank is so prominent and prevalent on the side of Kronikov. It really begs the question that, is Cursed Ascension just not doing the basics of Siege right? I think the answer for that is a bit rhetorical. I think the answer is yes, because they're not droning out properly. They're not putting their air jabs down in good spots for the time being, if not putting them down at all. It's it's just really worrisome, because if Curse Ascension keeps making these mistakes, this could just lead them into a disastrous 7-0, because Kornikov is doing everything right. They're playing to their advantages and their pros, and we haven't seen any cons by them just yet. And look at this, Scott. They even find the entry again. Esteemed already getting rid of Yuki. This has just been brutal for Curse Ascension. At least they find something in compensation.
I think the worst part is the big Villa game I can remember from the last qualifiers I did with Korbeck. We had seen a complete slaughter, a 7-0 victory against the first place team that ultimately took first place. I unfortunately can't remember just completely off the top of my head who that is, because I'm not the smartest human being to ever exist. But they faced the second place team that won second place in the entire open qualifiers, and they beat them. It was insane. I mean, by all accounts, it was, I think, In Control Nation facing off against... Death, I think is who it was. I may be incorrect about that, but it was a slaughter. It was a slugfest. I mean, it was daycare, I think. I don't remember. It was a slugfest. It was a complete one-sided stomping, but that's kind of what it's looking like. I don't think Curse Ascension's a bad team. I don't think they are. They're just facing off against a team they have no idea what to do against, and it's really just going to show in every single small movement that's going on. They don't have the time to place their utility. They don't know where to place it, because this Karina comp team is just playing so weird, so strange, that there is no strategy set in place for them to work with.
Curse Ascension really out of their comfort zone, and it's proving that pretty well. It's a 4-on-2 now as Modelo wraps up the kill on a pickle. He gets a second with the SMG-12, and Esteem wraps it up once more. A leave occurs by Yuki. I think that might be for a pause timer, but a great half indeed so far. No, a great round. I don't know why that was an H. We still have one more round, Scott, but it already feels like we've been through so much action because of how fantastic Cornea is playing. Or, yeah, Corinia. I don't know why I keep trying to botch their name up. It's a really, really interesting name. I got to give them credit where credit's due. Yeah. How do they even come up with that name? I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, that's so strange. This Kornikov squad, like, I mean, it's how do you come up with that? That's wild. Like, that's such a great name, right?
I don't know either. Could probably be oh, we are not paused. Huh. Well, we might need to do a rehost. Oh,
yeah.
Oh, we're there. Okay.
Oh, we got a pause. We're good.
Okay.
He's gonna have to 6-pick his operator then.
From nothing to something, yes. But that's okay, because Curse Ascension didn't use the 6-pick. Nor I don't think they really have been using them at all to begin with.
Oh, I figured out who it was. It was Daycare versus Death was the qualifier game one. That was on that ultimately was a complete 7-0 rout for Death, completely sweeping Daycare. Daycare eventually went undefeated after that and took second place. So it was interesting. And I think we may see a little bit of that here. I think we'll still see Curse Ascension up there, in all honesty, with the fact that they've won one game. I think that they have a pretty good chance of continuing to go forward. I'm obviously not here tomorrow. I'm not casting tomorrow. Neither is John, as far as I'm aware. So we'll have to stay tuned and watch and make sure and figure out who's going to do what. But from what I've noticed today, obviously Synthetic, I think, is not going to have a problem making it. I don't think we're going to have a problem in regards to... I'm already blanking on their names since I'm so stupid. Well, I don't think we're going to have a problem when it comes to Gustic. I think
Gusick.
Yeah, Gusick, sorry.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to have a problem with them. I don't think we'll have a problem with Krenikov. And I don't think we'll have a problem with Curse. It'll be close for Curse if they lose this, because their mentality is going to be really bad if they get 7-0 in this.
They won their first matchup as well, hence why they got stacked up for Corina. But now they are just kind of flopping. That's the best way to put it. You can tell that Corina is incredibly confident with themselves. They're picking operators like a Capcan, which can throw people off guard from time to time. They are. This is now ranked. We've dove down into the premise of ranked. We have an Oryx, a Vigil, Capcan, Alibi, and a Pulse. I mean, some of these operators are great to have, and then others are just like, yeah, we're just going to pick who we want to pick and just see if it works. And to be honest, you have such a great lead. I don't blame them for it. Some action does already happen, though, as a rush is coming in through Pantry. 4-on-3 now for Curse Ascension, but there's still plenty of time to recover, and Esteem just goes for a hipfire drop shot, and he gets away with it. Cuddy picks up a second for themselves, and Esteem might lose this gunfight in front of him, and he in fact does on towards Anxiety, which puts things all in the matters of Crafty. A quick loss could in fact go through, but there's still one player to worry about as he's running around the rosy up and towards Tetris, and Curse Ascension finally get around to win on themselves, but I feel like that one personally was a bit more spoon-fed, Scott, because it didn't seem like they were trying all that much in the 6th round.
Yeah, it definitely did not feel that this Kritikov team was doing what they could. I think maybe I'm going to give it a Curse Ascension. I'm going to say that strategy rushing in through Pantry, catching them off guard. They went basement and Pantry, which almost no teams typically go basement, either through Garage or through Barrel. That's exactly what we saw. They kind of spiced it up, and while the hip fire from a Steam did tag one, a Steam's gun was aimed too high for the crouched player stepping in from that study room down below. I don't really know what the room name for that meeting. I don't know what the hex room name is for, but out in from Garage, nobody knows the name for the basement stuff. And if you do, you're probably Chief. It means you're nobody. I'm sorry.
Got him.
Got him. Cursed Ascension, though. I mean, they stepped in, they found success. They get one round, but now it's a flip. Kritikov. They have to do the defense now, the attack now, which means that they get to play their own game in a lot of ways by just they can just completely ignore Cursed Ascension strategies and just kind of gun, or they will have to play the Cursed Ascension specialty. It just depends on how strong, how locked in Cursed Ascension's defense really is.
I do like what Cursed Ascension is bringing for the defensive lineup, though. They've got the castle, which can't be countered that easily because Sledge is banned, an Echo for some sort of plant denial, but also general intel gathering. Especially because Maestro's banned, you really only have the Valkyrie and maybe a Mozzie. So Echo played every now and again, always a huge fan of. I feel like he's still really underrated as an anchoring operator, but obviously Kurinikov, in terms of gunfights, not so much even their team composition, has been really outnumbering Curse by a large margin. It's 5-1 right now. That point alone should be proving it, and the fact that most of their players are basically winning most, if not all, their gunfights. Everyone's positive or at least neutral on the side of Kurinikov, which isn't a stat that always should be highlighted, but I feel like in this instance where they're winning based off of their gunfights for the most part, I feel like it should be highlighted. Would you probably agree with me on that one?
Yes.
Yeah.
And for a team that's almost entirely winning off gunfights. Yeah, there was some strategy to their defense, but I mean, just take a look. Trippy is literally meleeing out with the 11 or 12 melee hits to remove a castle.
He's just vibing.
He's just vibing, just sitting out there, just meleeing it. And Spiker finds a kill on top of it. A question mark as well for Boz, the castle player, who's now just out for the count. 2 minutes still remaining. That means the first kill was found within a minute, about 50 seconds. We've gone through the round to guarantee that level of success. But they now know one's in Master Bathroom. I think they noticed a shield actually in Astronomy. I think they'll probably have the opportunity to cook a nade. We do have Trippy, who has 2 nades to work with, but it's not going to matter too much for Modelo as Anxiety finds the end.
Oh no.
There's the nade I talked about. Trippy finds the kill in the Pickle, and now it's a 4v3 with a minute and a half remaining.
Pickle walking into it as well. It just unlucky timing by Pickle, and that's going to allow for Bathroom to be opened up just slightly more for Kurinikov as they work their way closer in towards the building and also the A objective. Obviously, Yuki's still guarding down that way of approach, so it's not going to be completely free for Corinna, but Spiker's just inside. Are you kidding me? He picks up a melee kill on the Cuddy as Yuki prolongs the push coming in through. Some refrags do in fact go down, and this puts Spiker in a 1 versus 2, but just the amount of BM that we just witnessed in that singular action by Spiker, and he might have a chance so long as he has the information at hand to win this one out, of course. He knows there's one up in towards Astro. He doesn't have Carrier by his side, but he lifelined out Anxiety and forces Yuki to fall back a little bit more. He's aware that Yuki is on incredibly low HP, and now it's all up to Yuki as a 3K goes in through by Spiker. He picks up the diffuser, plenty of time to get that plant down, and now he's in a one-on-one up against Yuki, who has to fall off because he's just 1 shot away from meeting his own demise.
That position, I mean, that should have been a kill. Yuki should have just ended Spiker's life right there and then it would have been over, but missed the opportunity. That may be all she wrote. Yuki, now sitting in trophy room, has the ability to lay down, play for time. Spiker is going to have to either push this or go for the plant, and the plant will go through. Yuki's going to try and go for a little bit of aggressive stance, denying it for a second. Spiker is totally aware at this point in time, heard them lie down, peeking the wrong way, and Spiker should have heard the first 3 shots, but still doesn't turn. Yuki finds the kill. Finally, another round dropping for this Cursed Ascension roster, and it is all nothing but silence for Kritikov. They can't do too much about it. It came down despite Spiker's valid attempts. It will not happen. Second floor aviation and games room, and this is a 5-2 split.
Yeah, apparently Spiker needs to figure out his lefts and rights. I
Headphones,
couldn't
headphones
agree
on
more.
backwards, headphones
That
on backwards.
yeah, unlucky for Spiker, but Yuki only having a limited amount of options to pick from in that gunfight, I think the position he was in was the best he could get. Those were the cards he was dealt with, and he just played them to the best of his ability, and it worked out for him. Having a pre-fire in that position was his only option because Spiker wasn't going for the plant anymore. He was trying to secure that final frag to get the quadra kill, and Yuki was well aware of that, so he's like, well, I'm just going to hold down M1 and hope that Spiker has to push me because he's very limited on the amount of time he has before it gets down to 0-0, and that's exactly what happened. So First Ascension will pick up their second round, their first win on the defensive side as they move to the other top floor objective room of Aviator and Games with the exact same lineup, pretty much. We didn't see a smoke last round. Instead, there was a castle on the board in the hands of Boz, but now he's opting for the mute pick. But this is still a pretty anchor-favorited setup. You still have the Echo. There's smoke now on the board, like I mentioned, and a Rooney for Syria Gates, which you can use for slight extensions, and also just the bomb set in general. So, again, it's going to come down to that heavy premises of we're just going to try to hold out. It's our final stand in towards the bomb site. And that is what accredited Cursed Ascension for their first defensive round win, was Yuki just holding to his guns and sticking with them throughout the entire round.
I'm really liking what I saw from Cursed Ascension. I didn't necessarily like the aggressive stance in Master Bathroom, but I don't think it's going to ultimately mean the difference between the world. They obviously barely survived that last round, barely escaped, but in all honesty, I think that really just came down to Spiker missing his last kill. That was entirely on Spiker for all accounts. Kind of like the last one where we saw, what's his name? I'm completely blanking. Who was it? Who missed their shots on...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Needles.
Yes, yes.
Oh,
missed
boy.
that, right? It's on you individually, and I think that's what a lot of this Cursed Ascension squad is getting away with. They're like, Krinikov is, this roster's occasionally making a mistake and they're capitalizing, and that's exactly what they need to be doing. They have to capitalize on these mistakes. This Krinikov teams, they're not immortal. First off, that's a Valorant rank anyways. It's not a big deal here, but they're not immortal beings. They are able to be dealt with and killed, and you just have to be able to do so in good time, in good fashion, and that's exactly what we failed to see from them prior, except for the one round they managed to win before that last.
Yeah, we're in the second half of the round, and finally the first entry goes the way of some teams. It's going to be Krinikov with Crafty picking up the frag on towards Boz, so not a bad position. They're going to try to get some hard destruction done too. If they get hunting opened up, that's going to force Pickle to play somewhere else. He's in a really strong spot for the time being, but of course, like I mentioned, if the hard destruction gets opened up, then he can no longer play there, or else he'll get shot in the back and have to go sit bench and just watch cams for the time being. So obviously he's going to not want to have that happen. More hard destruction going underway, though, as the Xyrus charges try to detonate in towards that study wall with just about 50 seconds left here. Cursed Ascension, they may be down by one player, but with the majority of their players just stacked up in towards both A and B, it shouldn't be that difficult to eventually refrag. And if someone like Yuki, who's off the bomb site, gets some lucky flank kill because no one's on cam duty right now, that could also spell defeat in and of itself. But right now, Modelo is just popping off. Modelo picks up a triple kill instantaneously. All headshots left, right, and center. And Krinikov just get away with absolute madness. What just happened?
Well, better gunfights. I guess that's really the only definition you can give for it. They just shot better. They just gunned better. They won basically every engagement. No, literally every engagement that could have been imaginable. They didn't watch their rear. Cursed Ascension did not watch the flank, and they got ultimately domed. And when I say domed, I mean mo-domed on by Modelo, and it was absolutely an just brutal affair for them. And now Cursed Ascension are looking down the barrel of a match point for Kritikov. And I'm going to go ahead and say it's... Oh, okay, apparently the Jaeger is running illegal headgear. They're not going to call it out, though, I don't think. They're just calling it out. Like, they're still talking. I like it. But a 6-2 affair. This could be a pretty quick game. But, John, there's a game that's already finished before this one.
What?
Yeah, it was the Space Bears game, because it was a bye game. I got you. Correct.
Oh, my...
Ratio.
Man, you got me good. I'm really just, I don't know what to do anymore. You've got me at my wit's end, Scott.
Cry.
I might have to go Super Saiyan on you. Never know. I knew that would get you. I knew that would get you. I knew it would.
Where did that come from? I might have to go Super Saiyan. You better watch out. I'm a what's the name?
I don't know.
Batsugan on you. I don't know.
I was gonna say I don't watch Dragon Ball Z. I just was like, you know what? This is probably really funny to say, so I'm gonna say it live on air. Why not, right? But oh my god. Oh, that was an interesting round that we saw a little while ago, but now we're going to be hopped into a dining room defensive hold by Curse Ascension with, again, a very heavy emphasis on not so much a roam. I mean, obviously they're going to extend up above a little bit, but they really do have another anchor favorited site. And right now, Korniakov, they might just go for another rush, to be honest. I don't really blame them. They're already going in from the lower part. Yeah, they're going to hop right into Memorial. This is not shocking me at all. They just want to get this matchup over and done with. Try to meme a little bit before they're done with this best of one. Have to get into more serious action, but there's so many players just stacked up outside of Tarp/Memorial. They're trying to contest from multiple different angles. So far, it'll favor them because Modell gets that entry, but Yuki just trade things out. Spiker does, in fact, clap back on towards Yuki, and Pickle responds with a kill of his own on towards Modell. Spiker's still stepping up huge as he picks up a third of his own. It's all in the hands of Anxiety now. In a 1 versus 3 soon-to-be post-plan, he finally removes Spiker from the picture. It's still in a 2 versus 1, though. The plant gets stopped. I think it's only because Kornikov wants to secure some frags instead of a plant, but Crafty now gets on it instead. As his steam covers, he gets brought down to a sliver of HP, but he's still alive for a little while longer, which forces Anxiety in rough position. He finishes off a steam, though. It's all in the hands of Crafty now in a 1 versus 1 as he goes on the flanks, and he just doesn't miss any of his shots with the bearing 9. Kornikov, they get rid of the last round with relative ease. It came close, but they had it in the bag in the long run. 7-2, a very decisive victory in their hands, but oh my god, another 3K back-to-back, but this time by a Steam. That is, or no, Spiker, I'm sorry. Spiker popped off that round, but in the same breath, that was such a ranked game, I have to admit.
Can I get a clip of when you said doesn't miss any of his bearing 9? He missed almost all of his bearing 9.
Hey, that gun's got hard recoil. Give credit where it amounts.
They buffed that. That's one of the easiest. It's easier than the SMG 11 in my opinion now. That thing got no kick. Like
Scott, just because you're a casual warlord and that is like your domain, we're not in casual anymore, okay? You got to get out of your booster seat. Step out of your booster seat and step back into reality, okay? We are at the height of Rainbow Six competition.
Bro, I need a booster seat if I'm gonna reach the height. What do you want about?
Yeah, especially you're gonna reach up on me, okay?
I'm a short guy. You're 6 foot like 35, dude. I don't want to hear nothing about height over here. You're making me feel bad. 5'11", like down here.
Owned.
And then you got fellow that's just straight just being just T-posing.
Apparently I'm all torso too. From what
he's all
said.
torso. I'm
not.
You should see his arms; they're really small. He's like a T-Rex. So I mean,
this is not true. This is.
It's okay.
Blasphemy.
No matter what, you'll always be better than Chief, all right? Because you're not 85 years old. But that is unfortunately the actual only game besides Surf that is ended. Surf beats Rats. And it's going to be another victory for Surfs as far as I'm aware. I'll double check that. Surfs lost to 9-3 the last game. So they're now 1-1 on the board. Obviously, Cursed Ascension now 1-1 as well. And Kornikov is now 2-0 so far. So they're going to be up there on the board. But stay tuned for even more UPL action. My name is Infernosis, joined here by Fellow. And we will see you guys for the next game. Maybe a little bit, but stay tuned.
Let the dancing begin. Well, I didn't see that coming. A classic, and at the same time, progressive.
Yeah. Yeah. Boo. She gon' bust it. She gon' rustle. She gon' yeah. What's up, baby? Tell me how you get the one up on me. Aye. And I know you ain't playing round. You about to have me down on one knee. Aye. I got that soul. Now she done came and snatched the soul out of me. Aye. She got that gold. She close enough. She open up. You go to sleep. Aye. Now if you ever get to meet her, better keep it shot. About to make a supersonic man out of you. She go below the belt. You better go for help. Shot about to make a supersonic man out of you. I wanna be her man. Now I'm a believer. She used both hands. Now I'm a believer. Yeah. Big gun, baby. I'ma pull it out and shooting my shot. I got a feeling I can bust it, baby. Trust me, baby, I do this a lot. She do that roll. Now I'ma double tap that booty like I did. She take that pole. All the way down that choking sign gon' make me ski. I ski. Yeah, now if you ever get to meet her, better keep it shot. About to make a supersonic man out of you. She go below the belt, you better go for help. Shot about to make a supersonic man out of you. I wanna be her man. Now I'm a believer. She used both hands. Now I'm a believer.
Welcome back, everybody. Some more UPL action here, and we've got some more R6 ready to go. My name's Infernosis, joined here by the wonderful fellow, and we've got a pretty good matchup coming for you guys. We've got Gusick versus Candace, wink. Then we've got a lot of really cool things coming ahead of us. We'll have to see what map we're starting off on. We'll jump over to that real quick. But John, we've already seen Gusick once tonight. Let's see how they'll pair out once again.
They played very well up against Synthetic, winning a lot of losable situations, 2v5s, 2v4s, a 1v4 as well that got highlighted well on UPL's Twitter account, which I would greatly recommend you follow. And also Infernosis' Twitter, he's close to 200. So hey, give him a follow. Don't give me a follow though. I don't post very often. Don't bother. You've already got to deal it. For good old time's sake, to UPL. Sheesh. But we have the map bands done. We'll get them displayed in just a moment, as we can now be done talking about Gusick's Reign of Terror a little while ago. And I think their record is 2-0. I don't recall if they won round 2 or not. I just looked at the roster list a little while ago, and I guess I can go relook on round 2 because I think they did. Yep, they did. So both these teams 2-0. However, though, they're not going to be able to go false anymore for the time being. But let's get the actual bans done, since we have them being banned on through Consulate, Chalet, and Clubhouse. Most of the C letter maps. And there's Coastline. I think that's all of the C letter maps that are in the competitive scene. Oregon followed up as well. So that leads Villa or Cafe are some of our most favorite and also most hated maps that will come down to one ban and then the decider. So let's hope it's not Cafe, because you and I have already not had to deal with that map twice now. Scott and no, we're going there. Oh boy. And he's gone. Okay. Well, it's going to be me solo casting then on Cafe. So it's not going to be fun. I can guarantee that. I'm definitely not capable enough to solo cast. And it's also Cafe, a map that is pretty stale. Same as my commentary. This is going to be, it's going to be, you know what? It might just, I might need to go too. I'm thinking, yeah, I might just. Yeah, nah, I can't. I gotta stick around. I'm sorry. Scott's still gone though. I think he actually left. Oh no, he came back. All right.
I got reminded I'm being paid. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, that's kind of why I got up and left for like 2 seconds as well, and I was like, yeah, no, I can't.
I feel even worse though for the observer, because like this map is the worst map to observe in R6.
Honestly, no, it's pretty straightforward. It's not. It's pretty, because the same thing happens every round.
No, that part's easy, but the observation tools in R6 are really terrible because we don't know how to make use of it apparently. So when you try to do anything near where cocktail bar is, C2, C1, C3, right? The outside. Why can't I remember the name of it? That small roof on the side. You can't turn the camera in one direction, so it can only face from one direction. It's terrible. It's awful. So yeah, it's a terrible, terrible way. But we'll go ahead and get them sent in, and then we'll also go ahead and talk about the ban phase that will go ahead and come through. Candace, who's Candace? They're gonna go ahead and pick up the ban. I guess we'll figure out who they are because they're obviously right here. But we're gonna figure out what's going on. I think we're on European servers.
Huh. Well, that's first. Didn't know we had any Europeans playing, so I don't think that's the case. Might have to rehost because of that. That's all right though. That's not too bad of a issue to fix. No, we're on Central US.
I don't know why.
Must be a server bug then or something. Might be spiking the pings too much compared to what server they're actually on. A little misleading, but that's never fun. I deal with that a lot actually because my Wi-Fi sucks in my house. So yeah, high ping, not fun to play with. I can assure that. And gives you pretty good peeker's advantage too. It's the only pro about it, but I don't think you want to see any of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the point I was getting at. But you beat me to it. You jumped the gun, but it was well needed because I've been kind of dragging my conversation, especially since you were gone for like a minute.
Dude, I've been dragging my entire mood down once Cafe got picked. No joke. No kidding.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready to go grab a blanket and fall asleep. If it wasn't so hot, I might have actually taken a nap during this cast because how boring Cafe is to talk about.
I think that Cafe can be a map that's like it can be entertaining when teams can like be interactive within it and actually work towards like making it interesting, right? Not just doing the same thing over and over again. But Goose 6's squad, we know, is just kind of TDM centric. We haven't seen Candace yet. We have no idea who Candace is, what their team roster is. We had a sneak peek there for a second, but we didn't actually get to see who was on the roster of Candace, so I have no idea, none whatsoever. So we'll see that in a bit once this rehost does go through. Hopefully that's going to be at any moment now, because we can only do so much shtick for so long. Otherwise, we're going to start jumping into roasting Chief, and that's just easy ground. Everybody does that. Like, there's no point.
It's still fun, though.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You can't go wrong. You can't go wrong with a good Chief roast. That's all of. Well, good. Then he can hear us better. And our producer said Chief is in the chat right now. Well, good. He can hear us make fun of him, and then he can respond with some banter of his own. He's pretty good at doing that. He's good at making jokes.
The only thing he knows how to do, talk. And
because his whole life is a joke.
Yeah.
I'm okay. That one's a bit rude. I'm sorry, Chief. I didn't mean that one wholeheartedly. Scott might have. He's trying to hold back the laugh. Yeah. There you go. There it is.
I love the fact that like Chief is like normal go-to response when I'm there. So like just like hate on me, and then immediately later when talking to leagues, he's like, all right, I want Infernosis there. I want Sticula there. I want. Yeah. He's just like listing who he wants as a co-caster. Like, yeah. No. Me and Chief have a very interesting relationship where we publicly dog on each other, and then privately are like totally fine. We work well together. Like, Which is the total opposite of you, because I work well with you in public and then hate you in
And then
private.
you make fun of me for being the awkward third
The
wheel in
world's
our
tallest
friendship.
human being. Yeah,
The
that's what
world's
it is.
tallest and most awkward three wheel, but I play that part pretty well, to be honest. I got the tall part in, and I got the awkward third wheel. I'm an awkward human being overall.
Yeah, I mean, who's not? I mean, we all live on the internet. Nobody's really stepped outside for a year now, so I mean, like,
I stepped outside today. It was pretty nice. That's why my face was so shiny.
you
Someone,
see how pale I am? Like, there's literally
yeah,
never seen the sun.
you need to actually go outside.
Touch grass.
Actually, I don't know. Inverted. You can't tell. My arms are also shiny because there's sun glaring on it too. Yeah, skincare routine. Nothing. Someone said that as a joke. I'm hoping. I'm hoping they're not serious. Don't take beauty advice from a dude. I'm just saying. No.
Some dudes out there that can give some good beauty guru advice. There's some.
I can't even give good casting advice, let alone beauty advice. I don't know what you're doing, but water on my face.
Where is this rehost? Like at any moment, is this usually typically when most observers try to set a world record for how fast they can get back into it. This is the slowest I've ever seen. Apparently someone crashed. So
Well,
unfortunate.
tell them to just click on the Game of
Stop
Rainbow Six
crashing.
and load back in forehead. Yeah, just stop crashing.
Stop
It's not that
crashing.
hard.
I mean, just come on. I mean,
It
it's
is
not
hard
like
to stop
it
making
is.
jokes
This
when you
game has
have
been
me and
out for
Scott in
8
the
years.
booth.
This game has literally been out for 8 years. Just stop crashing.
This game is literally this game is just old. That's old, yeah.
Mhm.
It's as old as Chief.
Almost as old as Chief.
Yeah.
You know another game that was total dog when it came out and kind of like R6 and then became better as it aged. Battlefront 2, where it was plagued with those microtransactions.
Oh yeah, and then
and then EA still killed it and said this is our final update, and then stopped updating it, despite it having its largest player base ever at the time. I mean,
yeah, it had a good following for a while after they
yeah,
fixed
yeah.
their money problem, which is something that plagues all EA games, especially since they're in the big sports industry, which is
To
just
be
the same
fair,
game
yeah,
over
sports
and over
games
again.
they sell well for that reason. I mean, Mutt and Futt and
All these
Build your
unathletic
team, yeah.
individuals who can't play sports IRL, so
Yeah,
they
that's
cope.
what I do.
They cope by playing games like
No,
Madden.
bro. Back in high school, we had seventh period soccer, and all you did was you walked into class, and the teacher told you to go play in traffic because he didn't want you in the classroom. So instead of doing that, we brought a TV in there, and we brought a PlayStation 3 because that's what we had at the time, PlayStation 3s, and we were bringing them in there. So at least when I was a freshman. We'd go in there and we'd play the PlayStation 3 and we played FIFA. That's all we would do. We'd just sit there. And we were all in soccer, actively doing it. We had soccer practice later in the afternoon, but we would sit there and just play FIFA in the classroom instead of just going outside to play on the field. We could do it. That's what we did. But we would just play FIFA. We were the weirdest human beings ever. But obviously, Cafe, the nightmare has officially begun, and we will start through the bans that came through. Candace banned out Mira and Flores, and then Gusick banned out Thatcher and Valkyrie.
These are pretty normal bans, I suppose. The Flores one really new because he was only added in competitive recently. He finally has gone through a season of play in the normal game of Rainbow Six, and now he's finally available to be played. He's really strong on this map just because he's able to clear through so much utility. A really good example is when Bar and Cocktail is played as a bomb site. You can get rid of that pixel extension pretty easily. It just really gets done in a blink of an eye, and then you have a lot of map control to play with. Then you get your hard destruction down. So Candace doesn't want to have to deal with that when they're defending first. So it's one less problem to worry about. Obviously, it's still going to not be the most difficult thing to clear through utility. You only have to worry about a Jaeger and then some Syria gates on the side of Morocco, but it's better than having to worry about a Flores drone because his Roteros are incredibly busted just because the fact that he has 4 of them and then 3 stun grenades. I call him a one-man army just because how much utility dump he can bring to the table.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just such a strong operator. Not shocked to see the event, especially in Cafe. Last time I had seen Cafe, that's exactly where we had. I leave no audio whatsoever. It's a bit strange, but last time we had seen last qualifier in Open Qualifier 1, we had seen the Rotero Jones rear their beautiful rolly heads back in on Cafe, and it found so much success, just absolutely phenomenal, but just not being allowed this time around, not too shocking. But I actually know this Candace squad, TPA, Joe, Tragic, Indy, Morocco. I mean, this roster is absolutely goated, but they're going to have to face off against the Baxley. Apparently, they brought in Air Force One. That's a new player for them, Amp, Waltz, and Nar. So we know this Goosick squad can play. I'm not sure who Black Air Force Ones is. I'm just going to say Air Force Ones because it's a little bit easier for me without having to do so many syllables. But in all honesty, Goosick have what it takes to beat this Candace squad, but this Candace squad is no pushover. I'm going to tell you that.
Well, it's definitely not. I want to know who Joe is, but his name doesn't look all that familiar. But I guess someone in chat will probably tell me who Joe is. I'll be able to figure that one out later. So thank you, chat, in advance. You'll see us in about 3 minutes. Oh, Scott, what was that?
Nothing. Sorry, I had a thing.
Oh, okay. Anyways, so boring old cafe. So it's going to be a top-down clear, pretty much, and the fact that this bomb site is at the most upper floor, they don't have to really clear out roamers. They just have to clear out Pixel and then just both cocktail and bar. I'm stumbling on my own words because I just don't want to see this have to get played. I'm getting flashbacks while mid-conversation, but already we're going to see Cigar being taken over by Gusick. They're getting that back red wall opened on up. A nade comes flying out. It's going to try to get rid of that deployable shield, and you hear it explode in the background. I think it detonated right on top of it, so that'll force Candace back a little bit, but it did cost Gusick quite a fair amount of time, and Tragic is still trying to hold down that pixel angle, just kind of playing back and forth between the bathroom area and that main doorway I was just talking about. So Gusick not having a firm grasp on that control just yet. It's going to cost them a little later on, but they still have about a minute to work with, so it won't be too hectic in this 5-on-5.
Yeah, obviously still trying to get control of these windows. That's what a good team will typically try to do. If you don't play window control or window simulator when it comes to this map, you're massively losing out on so much potential for devastation. Amp finds Morocco, who's trapped behind one of the small cocktail bars. Waltz manages to find Joe. Waltzing now a little bit forward as they have a little bit of a conundrum on their hands about how to continue forward without losing a player. They do lose one of Baxley, but Amp is there to refrag back out Indy. It's now a 2v4 in the process. Tragic stuck behind backstore. TPA in Zach's side of Cocktail Lounge, rotating over to C2 down middle, hoping to have a little bit of extra assistance, but Tragic is just as poor in a position as he is. Plant can go down. If they can bust out that wall you see right there, then they have an opportunity to clear inwards. They're going to go ahead and try to clear out one of the Surya gates, doing so, but Tragic finds the kill onto Amp. A 2v3, 15 seconds remaining. Nar is going to try and flank around to the other side, now heading towards new hatches. Gets felled by TPA, but finally Tragic will take it out, and Waltz finds TPA in the back of C2. An absolute banger of a first round, a slugfest from the get-go once the action dropped, but it will ultimately go towards the Gusick squad.
I don't blame them. They did everything right. They got control of Cigar relatively quickly. They flushed out Tragic, who was in Pixel, and then he had to go playing towards Bathroom and then fell all the way back for a little while. So just that gradual buildup and then finding 2 entries on top of that, it was a very smooth push occurring by Gusick. And hopefully we see a little bit more bite back from Candace because they have a lot of really strong players on their team. And I think chat's finally reminded me who Joe is. I think Joe Mama. So now that I'm reminding myself of that, maybe he'll be able to step up big as well. But just a rocky start for Candace, but that's okay. It's only round number 1, and kitchen cooking and kitchen service is a completely different beast to try to defend, and it could honestly make their lives a little bit easier just because they have that ability to roam with a little bit more leeway. They can kind of retreat under any which way a lot more easier than attacking or defending on the top floor set of Barncott.
I think a large instance of what we're seeing in terms of Candace's attempted defense was just losing some of the potential for firefights. Some of their early round shots didn't connect. They didn't defend Cigar Lounge enough. You can see Gusick just had full control from the get-go, and that's not exactly where you want to give up locations. So Candace's attempt now for defending down in this double kitchen objective, they've cleared the wall connecting in towards main hall, towards coat check. They've got the left side, the westernmost wall is reinforced. They have to get the hatch up on the second floor towards fireplace. Not sure if they'll shoot it out or if they've reinforced it. but it does look to be their Mozzie player is rotating over TPA to help get some off-site presence on this second floor, while Tragic is also sitting over on red stairs. 2 players spawning towards the southern side, looking to maybe step inwards from Small Bakery's window, maybe going in from third floor hatch as well, but Waltz does have that Small Bakery window opened and is already launching some flashes inside.
Is it trying to get control of Bakery and Small Bakery as quickly as possible? It's not a bad idea, but trying to worry about the roam up above is probably your first motive for any attacking team, because if you leave that unchecked, then you got to worry about vertical sight lines, especially when pushing up and towards prep. That is just a death sentence bound to happen. So Gusick, what they're doing now isn't horrible, but they just have to remember that there's still players up above they're going to have to deal with eventually, and not prioritizing it in the first minute is a bit questionable, and they don't really have a lot of capabilities when it comes to hard destruction. They have Ace and Maverick, but the fact that there is a Kaid Claw up on the board, then it's going to be a lot more difficult to try to spot that out unless you have that vertical coverage, which, like I mentioned, Gusick does not right now. They're going to try to just Maverick their way in towards, maybe huck a grenade because Narmu is setting up that common just hole in the middle of the wall, but other than that, Gusick is still wasting a lot of time, and they haven't really found any map control other than in Bakery, of course.
Yeah, and this long shot angle attempted, 1 player over by VIP. Morocco's up on the second floor at Train Museum, looking to maybe contend towards Bakery wall, towards that small service entrance. Maybe hoping to keep this Gusick squad at bay, but Baxley is looking to step inwards from Train. Maybe trying to step in through mining. Sprays through wall over towards Train Museum. There are 2 players for the Kansas side on this second floor, as far as I am aware. Could be 3. Morocco is still sitting inside of the train itself, looking to continue to contend down below. Gusick's playing this one extremely slow in comparison to what we saw in map 1, or game 1 of today, John. And I'm not exactly sure where this slower tempo is coming from. Gusick had a phenomenal game against Synthetic, and now they're playing a different strategy altogether. Maybe adapting across the board. Maybe they try to contest in a different way. Maverick's in play, so they're able to do the Maverick trick and go ahead and Zofia impact out that Bakery wall. Still trying to watch over from cooking inwards. 1 player stuck behind, that's Indy, having to rotate a different direction. Joe is attempting to rotate as well, being shot from Small Bakery. Air Force Ones finds the kill, and Baxley finds his own up on the second floor, taking out TPA. Morocco is trapped, but Baxley wins that! Oh my gosh! Only 1 player downed now, but not out. It's tragic. Indy does manage to find 2, 1 into Walt and Air Force Ones. A step in now coming back. He's rotating the other direction. Indy is the last man standing for a side, literally standing as this teammate of Tragic is downed. Indy does find Amp, a 3K to his name, could make it a 4K, but no! It's gonna be felled as Nar finds the kill.
Too much manpower to worry about, and all of a sudden, Gusick just came alive. Picked up every single frag. Even the players up above that could have been a huge threat to them were no longer an issue because they're all dead. They're brought down 6 feet under. They got the plan down as well. Indy did have a reasonable chance of coming back from that in a 1v2 post plant, but the last 2 players on the side of Gusick just did not want to guarantee him that ace post-plant clutch, so they wrapped it up in the end eventually, and now they're up 2-0 on the attacking side. This is already the defaulted 2 attacking wins technically for Gusick, and their entries are still just massively favoring them. I mean, that was one of the main reasons why they ended up winning round number 1 and number 2, just because they picked up the first couple of kills here and there and then just kept converting that manpower into map control, which is the only thing they were lacking on both round number 1 and 2, to be honest with you, Scott.
There was a very large lack of coordination in regards to Gusick's a couple of their attacking rounds, I think, for Clubhouse against Synthetic, and I think they've kind of changed up a lot of it. I don't know if that's the addition of Air Force One. I don't know if that's the addition of being able to play the Maverick. We've obviously seen the Maverick trick come to fruition through Bakery Wall, connecting over to Kitchen Service. Kitchen Cooking, sorry. But in all honesty, I think that is just the fact that Candace is a different squad to Synthetic. I think that Gusick is kind of adapting in a way. They're going with a go-to base set strategy, and Candace just can't even counter that. I mean, they're losing fights. You see Indies having to pop off and get a 3K to give them any chance of even contesting that last round. And ultimately, beyond that, they have only had 3 kills total elsewhere in round 1. Indy is attempting to carry, but I'm not sure that Indy is going to be able to carry enough when this Gusick squad is one of the more even fragging squads we've seen, not just in this open qualifier, but in all of T3, T4, R6. fundamentally, they're more even across the board than 90% of teams I have the pleasure of watching. And it's interesting to say that and to see that, because it's just such a new element to R6 that you just love to see.
It's kind of euphoric. They remind me a lot of the old aggro squad that had Asian. That was back when they were
Mystic
basically
now?
a ranked team. Yeah, now Mystic, but back then they were called aggro, and they were the most aggressive group of individuals in T3. And a lot of people gave them hate for it. They're like, it's just some random pickup team. Just brush them aside. No, they proved themselves pretty well, getting close to winning up in SCS and winning out SFCL Season 2. I mean, they were a force to be reckoned with. And I'm kind of seeing that same shadow be cast across Gusick right now, because they did a masterful job of winning 8-6 up against Synthetic, and now they're 2-0 up against Candace, which more or less maybe a slightly more, I wouldn't say they're a pickup team because I honestly don't know, but I feel like some of these players are not still on the exact same team. But speaking of Gusick once more, they pick up the entry a third round in a row as Baxley gets rid of Indy. There goes your Echo, one of your main plant deniers, and now we're seeing them clear out Pixel once more, just as they did a little while ago. All of your ADS is gone, and your Wamai player, Morocco's off the board too. Gusick still stepping up huge round after round after round.
A push comes through from Tragic, but tragically will be shut down by Gnar. TPA's going to rotate over, but Joe taking it now. He's going to have to ask a couple more questions than anything else. He's going to be felled. It's now a 1v5. It could have been a flawless victory, but TPA has other words for it. Takes out Gnar. A 1v4 completely concussed, and Baxley will just swing around the backside and find him in the rear. Strange way to phrase it, but he continues to find success time and time again. Now a 3-0 victory so far for Gusick. They still have 3 more rounds to play in this half. Candace can make the resurgence, but now we're going to have to head to this tertiary objective of Reading Room and Fireplace Hall. Maybe this is what they need. Maybe this is enough. In all honesty, we've seen the third floor twice. Neither have worked. The last one was a complete rout against them. Kitchen was a complete rout, except for the attempt by Indy. And I don't know if this second floor is going to be a big enough difference, because Gusick, last time we saw a tertiary objective played where it needed a bit of a aggressive approach, they did just that. They just completely swung third floor. They completely swung basement on Clubhouse, swept in like they were a TDM game through dirt, and found kills. I think this is going to be one of the number one things. Go onto the outside ledge, towards the, I think, western edge. I may be incorrect about that. It's the same area where the camera doesn't work. It's eastern. Go onto the eastern balcony. That's the word for it. Go onto the eastern balcony, rush in through that doorway, and step straight into Reading Room. I mean, talk about a strategy. They could just completely swing in and play aggressive.
I mean, they've done it before, and I really don't see what's stopping them from doing it once more. It's been working for them quite well because they get that entry, and then they have just enough time to push through. And even if they were shorter on time, they've still had a great advantage in terms of overall just workforce, manpower to deal with Candace, which is probably why they're up 3-0 right now. And we haven't seen this site just yet, so it isn't completely over for Candace. I'm really wondering if they're going to get 4-0'd or not. I feel like that's actually a good question because their defensive hold is pretty straightforward in terms of defending this middle floor bomb side of Reading Room. Obviously, you have to extend up above, deny that vertical play, which is what Gusick desperately needs. That way they can get into the bomb side of Reading Room because Fireplace is just a death trap, so you have to only attack Reading Room most of the time. And now that you're down a player, the one round where Gusick is not actually finding that entry, instead it's Tragic on the roaming Mozzie with a devastating shot leading up outside, it's going to be a lot more difficult to get rid of that roam clear, and I don't even know what's going on the side of Team Gusick. All I know is that Tragic is fragging out of his mind already on round number 4 as he picks up the first 2 entries and is really going to put a thorn in Team Gusick's side.
They're still attempting to spray through a couple of the walls. Tragic is still hunting as well, trapped behind Pillar, but Amp will be felled. Now a 5v2. Morocco will capitalize and clean up the kill. Gnar is just having a nade out and cleaned up as TPA rushes a flawless round. Gusick wasn't able to find it, but they will. Candace, what are you doing? Where have you been? This was an unprecedented return. Resurgence. Who are you? Who's Candace? But this next round 5, Gusick now get a choice to go back to the 2 objectives they've already thrashed on. It's going to go back to kitchen service and kitchen cooking because nobody plays the 4th objective. Everyone knows that. Literally no one plays the 4th objective. But at this point in time, Candace, the ball's in their court. After a flawless victory like that, they have what it takes to win these. It's just a matter of Gusick going to let them get it.
just comes down to Tragic if he wants to frag out or not, I suppose, because that round where he picked up the first 2 entries, it did put a lot of rain on the parade of Team Gusick, and they had just simply no time to they had time to recover, I guess, but there was really no recovering in a 1v5. I think that's the best way to put it. They could have recovered. They had a lot of time, but they didn't have anybody to recover for. That's probably the best way to put it. But now we're back in the playing field for Gusick a little bit. At least the one time we've gone here, we've seen them win it out. And I'm surprised they did a little bit because they didn't clear out the top floor until there was about 40 or a minute left on the clock, which is really worrisome. But so long as they actually pick up those entries again, they shouldn't have any problem getting control of service or cooking, whichever one they ever so pleased to do. But if Candace is aware of that by now, they could just really put a whole lot of pain on towards Gusick.
Yeah, I think there is a pretty big, hefty chance that Candace will start to try to put the hurt on Gusick. They found something that works. Whether they'll be able to replicate that success is a whole other question. I think that there's pretty good chance, but I'm going to go ahead and say that I'm a little bit more worried about Gusick now than I was prior, just because the way that at least Tragic has been playing out of his mind in the last round. Found a lot of success. The roaming and the aggression that we're seeing is definitely different, and Gusick was not prepared for it. A lot of offside angles, cheeky corners held, and it really just worked out for them. Gusick attempting to reach in through hatch near stairs. Red stairs to be exact, not the new hatch or anything else in between. Tragic is still roaming around in the first floor towards bar near VIP, gonna head up towards white stairs. But I'm not necessarily sure that he's anywhere near the action, which means that when the action does drop, it may be Gusick finding a couple kills without Tragic's assistance.
Well, the attacking side has top floor control. They're going to start working one level lower, and they're going to actually get some vertical play down. So this is a much better setup for Gusick, more or less. They can get rid of those electro claws a lot easier, and then probably not even need Maverick to help them out in that term. They can just use Air Force's Selmas to get actual control of the bomb site. And the fact that they're actually clearing out the top floor, it might lead to them attempting a freezer push instead. And that might also be true because there isn't really anyone up in towards VIP, which is the best place to stop a freezer push. This might be free map control on the side of Gusick, and they still have plenty of time to actually utilize this vertical play. It's a minute 15, minute 20 left on the clock, and they've got plenty of sightlines to watch over. They're flushing some players even in towards Bakery because of all the vertical play they're doing right now. It's looking a lot more difficult for Candace, but on the bright side, not a single entry has landed on either team. This is going to greatly favor them once we get past that 60-second threshold.
It's interesting to see how Candace is rotated. They're using the whole inside of this Bakery wall to their own advantage, actually holding within Bakery. If Gusick just pushed around the opposing side, it would have been a completely different game, but they didn't. They went up to the third floor, found a nade drop on a Joe, and now Joe is floundering on the floorboards. Will be cleaned out by a second nade from Nar. That's his out for the count. Waltz finds a nice kill into TPA with a headshot kill, looking for maybe another opportunity. Tosses a drone towards small Bakery, making sure main corridor is clear. No one currently in walk-in closet. Air Force Ones is sitting towards VIP quarter next to white stairs, looking to stab inwards through freezer. One player lying down extremely close to this northern door. Tragic it is, finding it with the Roni into Waltz. Amp now inside walk-in closet, looking to contest as well. 15 seconds on the clock. Gusick has to push. Air Force Ones finds Tragic. That's a huge fragger for this Candace side. That's out for the count. Morocco now gone as well as Baxley finds him, and Indy managed to find Nar in the process. Indy is the last man standing, just like we saw prior on this kitchen objective. Now rotating from Bakery side, has to clear not just one, but two of the objectives, both A and B, if they want any chance to contest. This lifeline utility of this concussive blast completely ruining Indy's eyes, but he still manages to find Baxley flanked from behind. It looks to be a rotation, but Black Air Force Ones is up above and finds the kill. He's an Air Force because he's a flyer up on the next floor.
Again, just very unwinnable position for Candace, having to deal with the vertical sight lines, 1v4. Pause is going to come in through as well, but it's probably necessary. Candace has to think a lot through. Personally, I probably would have waited for the second half to go underway. Maybe not so much tactical timeout, but just in general, it's always good to think about that kind of thing after, because now you're in a completely different playing field. But so far for Team Candace, they are just looking rough on these defensive rounds. They're not winning a lot of entries. The only time they did was the round they won, which was Tragic basically having a play day up against Gusick. But other than that, Gusick is playing out of their minds on Cafe.
Absolutely, and Goose made it interesting, despite Cafe being the worst map ever made in human existence in terms of competitive scene.
Right. Right.
It's they're still doing a great job. They're making it interesting. They're not playing the same old tried and true. We've seen two different strategies now in terms of attacking the first floor kitchen. They breached in through bakery, had one go through small bakery, had one person go through window and main hall, then flanked over towards one bar. We'd seen them on the second floor, sorry, third floor, go through main hatch, red hatch, go through new hatch, drop down, clear third floor, clear second, clear first. And we've seen on the other side of Candace them adapting to it. They couldn't adapt very well to the bakery push. And then when they adapted for the bakery push and actually put players in bakery to contest, they got flubbed up by the fact that they weren't actually able to hold the third and second floor, which is strange because we've seen them hold the second floor better than we've seen them hold anything else because they played that tertiary objective and they completely flawlessly victored over Gusick. So it's strange to see just the flipping and flopping that's going on from Candace. They're just not finding what's going to work when it should work and instead adapting incorrectly.
Yeah, they're kind of drowning right now. They're all over the place. It's
Ripper
not
drown.
a good. It's not. Yeah, Dripper drowning. Gusick is surely dripping, but I don't think I can say the same for Candace, sadly. Which I still trying to find out who Candace is, but
Yeah,
that's
so
besides the point. I found out who Joe is, Joe Mama, but I don't know who Candace is. I'll figure that out later too. Chat will help me with that one too. Chat is very helpful, very nice people, so I'm sure that they will direct me in the right place to find out who Candace is. Maybe I can find him on Google Maps, perhaps. Maybe there's a Candace location. But right now, the location we're going to is Bar and Cocktail, like you mentioned earlier, and probably not the worst idea. If you can defend it when it isn't an objective room, then maybe just try a little harder and you can defend it as the two bomb sites. But one thing's for sure, Gusick's pixel clear has been phenomenal. They've been using the grenades quite well right as the ADS is burned through, which forces that Jaeger or Romai player, this time being Tragic, forces them out in towards bathroom and then probably all the way back into the bomb site. And then once you have control of Cigar/Piano, then you can get that hard destruction down and then just start picking the gunfights that you want to. I'm surprised we haven't seen as many window plays coming out by Gusick, but I might actually be rewarded with seeing a couple because Amp is already right near that white landing stairwell window who's just waiting around for a possible hop out perhaps. He'll break through that barricade, but we'll go up to the top of the roof maybe just to try to get a bird's eye view of what's going down in towards Skyline, but still something to worry about in the back minds of Candace for sure because those window repels can be deadly on Bar and Cocktail.
Yeah, and these nades, like you talked about, have been deadly as well. We've already seen Joe be felled by it. They've got 4 in pocket. Air Force Ones as well can help us in utility. Those Selma's long distance flashes completely removing Tragic's retinas. They can just absolutely utility dump towards that side. They've got a lot to work with, but TPA sitting over by Piano could be a force we worked with. Looking the wrong way, TPA almost misses backsleep, but oh my god! Jumps out, finds Watts on the backside, and gets around. Tragic takes out Amp. This is the round where Gusick will be felled if it keeps at this rate. Gnar does find Tragic, getting a bit of a refrag, but now it's a 2v4. We've seen Gusick make massive comebacks like this prior. We've seen them come back from a 1v4 with Gnar, so I think it's still a possibility. If there's any team I'm not going to put it out of my mind, it's Gusick, but Candace are handily favored so far in this one.
They need this round win as well. I don't think they're going to be trying to give away this one for free, trying to blunder out round number 6, because Gusick is already 4-1 on their attacking side of Cafe. Almost unheard of because this so rarely occurs on such a defensive stronghold like Cafe, but Sylvian Bathroom held up by TPA. He'll wide swing on out, and Pixel hasn't even been cleared out either. This is just not looking good for every single point for Gusick. They're going to have to basically just rush in towards the bomb site, and there goes the prone play by TPA. Picks up a third, and the hot drop by Air Force has to occur, but it's all hopeless. Candace winning out round number 6 when they needed it most, and that will put them in a 2-4 split, but now they have to go on the attacking side of Cafe, which is a whole nother problem in and of itself that I am very worried about for their side if they want to try to pick up more round wins.
It's strange to me that there was a huge factor in terms of Cafe, a huge switch. Typically, you would think Cafe is very defensive sided, but I'm going to go and say in the last 10 times I've unfortunately had the massive displeasure of casting over Cafe. Attackers typically won the majority of the rounds. If not the majority, then it was a pretty even 50-50 split. Attacking has been something that's getting better and better across the board. It's kind of like CCTV and Cash Room for Clubhouse. where attackers have slowly been adapting and getting their strategies completely just fluent, and defenses haven't been. And so it unfortunately just completely catches you off guard. So I'm a little bit worried for them. I'm a little bit worried for Gusick in regards to their defense, but Candace haven't really shown me the aggression from anyone besides maybe TPA and Tragic. Indy's been winning gunfights, but it's not from aggression, so I'm not sure how their attack is going to go, but I do know Gusick is good on the defense after that synthetic game.
Sadly, they're not going to have a mirror to play with, but that doesn't mean their lineup isn't strong. Mirror is a whole nother discussion that we had a lot to mention on Clubhouse, referring back to that first round for the Swiss tournament, but nope, it's going to be some different intel gathering operators like the Maestro, for example, which is also a very strong operator. That 80 bullet Alda, and there's still plenty of great operators as well. The Goya, which allows the pixel extension to happen without the need of a smoke, and Waltz as well, bringing a deployable shield of his own on the Frost, which those mats, if you don't look underneath at your foot level, if you're expecting a gunfight to happen head on, then you're probably going to just end up dying to a Frost mat in the process, or at least being downed, which then you can't have your gun up. So that's another issue to have to worry about. It's a lot of just minor problems that Gusick is bringing on the board to try to slow down Candace, perhaps, which could make their post-plant situation a lot more difficult to accomplish. But it's only the first half of, or pardon me, the first half minute of the action phase. But oh no! Baxley! He's pulling off his best Pojo Man impression, and he gets the 2KC4. We're literally watching TSM Pro League right now, Scott, as I mentioned that earlier, and Morocco isn't having any of it either. He's typing lols in chat, and so is Joe Mama.
They just, dude, they had to play.
They literally got Pojo manned. They got Pojo manned.
Play, and they got absolutely Pojo, no pogged, bro. Pogdo.
Poggo man. Poggo man.
Completely, absolutely just thrashed. A toss and an absolute rip and dip that came through. What a spectacular performance from Baxley there to connect and find that. But now Candace is going to be left wondering, what do now? And in all honesty, I'm not sure what to do now. I mean, Gusick have your number. They have your button. They have so much that they can kind of work against you with. Their two-man advantage. You only have a Sledge, a Nomad, and a Zofia to work with. It's basically entry and flank watch city, but you gotta waste so much time running around to get the diffuser back up, giving away your position constantly, and Gusick can just sit pretty for the next minute and a half and just bide their time and just do whatever the heck they want, because they just have to wait for Candace to just fall into their pretty little arms.
They really don't have to do anything. That's the best way to describe it. They still have control of Pixel. Just hold the angles they have held for the time being, and they should be fine. And look at this. He's able to deny the the vertical play as well. Narmu picks up a frag for himself as Tragic goes underneath into the grave. It's all in the hands of Indy and TPA. It is not a round for Candace to win, most likely, unless they can make a miracle happen. TPA is going to attempt that. He goes for the window hop in, but Air Force picks up a third for himself, and Baxley wraps up the round, watching Heaven with a keen eye. Gusick take their first defensive round win from a spectacular, out-of-this-world start with the Pojo Man C4 toss. I still can't get over we just saw that. I mean, come on. That was... I could not get over that play.
That was, by all accounts, a spectacular performance. That was a great job and a phenomenal precision when it came to tossing it, and a phenomenal precision of Gusick picking up a flawless round. We have seen flawless round already from Candace when it came to this secondary objective, the tertiary objective on the second floor, I should say. And unfortunately for them, I mean, Candace gets one clapped right back. Gusick says, hey, you can do one, we can do one too, and that's exactly what happens. So I love to see the effort, the drive from Gusick to just stay back and not play that eccentric, aggressive style of attacking on the defense. But at the same time, I like to see Candace go for the aggression to get absolutely just pogged on or pogoed on, whatever you want to go for, right? Pojo, sorry. It's an interesting matchup so far. I think Cafe is definitely turning out to be an interesting choice.
You know, getting it every now and again isn't the worst, but I still hate this map. It's only fun because it's not being played like textbook definition of Cafe. We've seen some some out of the norm, some unorthodox strats. I think that's what's made it more enjoyable. And because Gusick is playing, and we haven't seen them play in, God, a long time. Months. Months for me, at least. You might have never even seen them play until today, Scott. Have you seen them play beforehand?
Gusick?
Yeah, have you?
Yeah, I've seen Gusick. I was there
Okay.
for the qualifiers before, yeah.
Okay, I was wondering. So yeah, we're in the same boat where just they kind of popped out of nowhere and they're doing really good. So hopefully they keep that same aggression. And speaking of aggression, Waltz already entries on towards Morocco and almost gets another, but TPA will live to tell a tale on just about 15 health. And yup, he's gonna go and type something in chat. Ember Rise. I hope not. I don't think that's right, but anyways, if that is the case, we will have to see a protest. Tragic L already typing out in the chat, but a 4-on-3 now as Tragic does get a refrag on towards Baxley already. Plenty of gunfights occurring in the first minute of the action phase, and there's still plenty of blood to be shed as Joe gets his first frag of the best of one, and down goes Amp now with just about 2 minutes remaining.
Yeah, with only 2 players left and 2 minutes remaining, this Gusick squad's going to have their money cut out for them. TPA may be low. Joe's taking a look at damage as well, but it's still a 4v2. Nar takes a lot of damage from Inay, tossed over from Bar. Probably needs to rotate away. Tragic just lines up the shot in Air Force One. Not sure why he decided to peek that. Really think that was a poor decision in his account, but Nar is there to save the day, finding Tragic. Could be a return to the 1v4 like we've seen already. I'm not sure if Nar has 2 in him in the same day, but if anyone can do it, it would be him. 2 players attempt to step in from Bakery's side, gonna make that approach. 1 player still teasing towards main hall. Flashes go in. Nar has literally no eyes. TPA has been downed. Will be able to be picked up by Joe, but the damage has been done. Narc now completely out of Toxic Babes. Has to face off against TPA, who's still contesting. Is getting some tack shots over there, but Joe will get the diffuser down, and now it's 2 players that can hold that line of sight and hopes to contend. Nar sitting up on top of Bar. Has a long shot angle towards the window. Tries, but can't find it. TPA will instead narrowly missing out on having his own life torn asunder, but does get the shot. Never even saw him on this screen. But does get the shots, and Candace will finally win an attacking round.
Being able to hold down that double sight line, it trapped Naramu, and he couldn't get that clutch, sadly. And only downing TPA as well, it was rather unfortunate demise for him because he just could not get rid of TPA off of that head glitch, force him to find a finisher on towards the lone Zofia. But finally some success on Candace's attacking side. They're going to have to go up against a different bomb site now of Reading Room and Fireplace, but it's not that big of a concern. This is technically the tertiary, the 3rd pick. It's least likely to go here. It is a little bit easier to attack, but that's if you get that top floor control. And I know Gusick's extensions from what we saw on Clubhouse to be really phenomenal. And if they can have their way up above, there is really not much hope for Candace in winning out this 9th round. And that could put Gusick in a really good position just to put themselves in a match point with a double advantage round count, 6-3. That would be honestly amazing for Team Gusick.
Amazing, and I don't want to say super likely. I mean, I don't want to make any predictions because Candace has definitely put their money where their mouth is, shown up and gotten around in a pretty good fashion. He was 4-2 at one point, it became a 4-1, right? I mean, they're definitely showing up. But I think it was probably just the difficulty of Kitchen site. You see a lot of teams not defend that anymore because it is a very difficult site to actually hold on to. A lot of defenses would just flounder and get befell pretty quickly. Obviously, Gusick just had that and an almost flawless victory for Candace, but now we're going to head up. A defense on the 3rd floor, despite it being the tertiary objective on the 2nd. Nothing strange in regards to the setup that Gusick may be bringing to the table, but they have to be wary of Candace if they go for the attempt to just quickly rush in. We do see them repelling outside window if Fireplace Hall. They could just hot breach straight in and actually attempt to contend. Would be an interesting approach if they're able to do it in such a manner where they can actually have an attempt to get in and get the plant down. I think it would be a matter of can you get a breaching charge on it, which you only have some in TPA. Guess you is repelling on that window TPA. Or are you going to play it slow and attempt to clear elsewhere? I think it's an interesting idea, but John, almost nobody pulls that off these days, and it's not shocking to see that.
No, it really isn't. Kind of just, I want to see what goes down in the minds of Candace and how they want to dissect this round out, because there's a lot for them to do right now, and first and foremost, probably get rid of those castle barricades. They can actually clear out the roamer up above, and they've got plenty of map control so far. Piano is in their grasp, and they're slowly trenching their way in towards Freezer and that back bar area on top of it. So not a bad start. They obviously have to win these gunfights, though, they're going to encounter in just a second, and they're not going to. Baxley steps up and gets the first entry. He'll get down, but not out. He could possibly get revived by Air Force, but at the moment, he's going to just have to worry about that push that'll come in through. If one's going to start rearing their ugly head out, anticipate more than just him, and Baxley now going to have to back off due to his health deficit, but there's still plenty of defenders up above to stall, and we're getting towards the last minute, Scott, and right now, it's just looking hectic for Team Candace, but a Goyo shot underneath by Tragic is going to give them even footing in a 4-on-4 now.
Yeah, 4-on-4 engagement, third floor seemingly taken control of now by Candace, which is a very good start to get them going. It's only taken them a minute and a half to do so, which is good timing. Waltz is trapped down on the first floor. Could attempt to contend from below if they can get a shotgun. Does have the shorty to work with. Baxley in close position, but Joe was just teetering on the edge of that staircase, barely avoiding Baxley's line of sight. A 4v3 now in motion, 45 seconds left. Air Force One's trapped inside Fireplace Hall. Waltz is down on the first floor towards VIP. Could flank up from the staircase. Be a difficult place to go for as well. Tragic is clearing out the floorboards from above from behind the bar. Indy is getting an unfortunate ADS nom on top of their air jab contending. Nar is low, but not as low as Air Force One's, who's now killed and out for the count. It's Nar and Waltz as the last two standing. Flash tossed. It does get Nar's eyes. It's a 4v2, 15 seconds left. I'm sorry to say it, but they do not have much time, and they've got to peek it. Diffuser now down, picked back up by Morocco as he steps around the corner, and Indy will save them from having to plant as he finds the last kill.
Although Candace did lose that first entry, they still got that top floor control, and then the sightlines gave them a lot of refrag capabilities, and then just flushing out the presence up above in general just gave them back that man advantage, and then there wasn't much else for Gusick to do except just desperately try to slow them down to their best ability, because the only thing that was favoring them was simply time being on their side, and that was really it. They just didn't have anything to stop the plant from actually being confirmed, and it was bound to happen, but Candace just wrapped it up, finding the last couple of frags. So things will be a little bit closer than expected. It's not going to be 6-3 match point. Instead, Candace is only one round away from evening things up in 5-on-5, but they've got to go up against Bar and Cocktail, which did not favor them on their first attacking round. Gusick won that pretty easily, starting off with a Pojo Man C4 toss. I don't think we're going to see that exact same occurrence go through, but if it does, that would be definitely hilarious, because they would fall for the same trick twice, and I couldn't get enough of that.
I like people falling for stuff, right? I like people falling.
It's funny to make fun of people, but then it happens to you, and like you go on Twitter and you get mad about it.
It's typically what
this is why we cast. It's not a problem.
Maybe that's why I don't have 200 followers yet. Waving nudge nudge INFERNOS1S on Twitter. But in all honesty, I think Candace is a squad that is expecting a lot of people to fall for a lot of stuff. Hence their name. Also hence their playstyle. They're kind of baiting out Gusick to make mistakes on the defense, and that's exactly what's happening. We are seeing a bit of a resurgence of attacking-sided cafe, and the fact that Candace has surmounted this comeback and Gusick's obvious approach on their attack, where they were slaughtering and just winning it out in every single scenario. But as of right now, Candace have one round away from being able to tie it up 5-5. Gusick are one round away from a match point. They need this win. Gusick needs this round win because the other objectives have not been kind to them. They need this win if they want to have a chance to even make it to overtime, let alone try to win 2 in a row to actually make it into the, an in-game scenario for them.
Yeah, I think Gusick's pretty aware of that. They're not going to overextend themselves at all, really. Candace kind of clearing out these non-existent roamers, also trying to shoot out through the white landing window. Just burning up critical seconds that Candace could use to just get control and get a plant down, perhaps, and towards Bar or Cocktail, either or. But at least Morocco's in a really good spot to get some vertical play done, deal a lot of damage towards Gusick, maybe flush out Narmu from his spot up and towards Freezer. But other than that, things are not looking that great for Candace in the first minute of the action phase, especially now that Amp picks up a frag. Luckily, though, Tragic L will get a trade on towards Baxley, who has been a really big thorn in the side of Candace for the most part. And Air Force tries to find some pop shots through the exploring with his Alda, but even though that thing has 80 bullets and basically no recoil, it does not have wall hacks, so he's not going to be able to spot anybody out just yet. But a minute 30 left now, and things are all over the place so far for Candace, only having that bottom floor control. They need to convert that map control up into the next floor if they want to have a chance at winning this 10th round.
They've got to gain substantial control. They got to find a pick. Tragic obviously is a nice shot that could connect to Amp, but Amp is not going to peek it. This is a smart decision. If Amp stands up, which he's doing, it'd be a massive mistake. Do not go for it. Instead, we'll rotate around to the corner. Is wary of them pushing up from wide stairs. They were able to buy a little bit of time at a safety net. TBA and a flick on a wall, narrowly avoiding having his own life just snipped thin. But Indy finds Amp. Now a 2, make it a 3v2. Nar finds a nice shot onto TPA. Black Air Force One's holding a crossfire angle from Bar. Nar is also trapped in the backside of Bar, not really sure where to go. Tragic is attempting to contend as well from this outside rappel on Terrace. Very many shot angles that can be worked with. Nar is just completely and utterly trapped in Freezer. Could be just colded out, gets double peaked. A great run by Candace, and now it's just Air Force Ones. They find one, now stepping back in through C2. One player left standing inside. Now the last one's rappelling, only 20 seconds left. I'm not sure Tragic has the time to make the full rotation away, and the safety net to get the plant down as well. He might have to drop hot through Skylight. He's gonna have to rotate all the way over to New Hatch, break it with Sledge. That makes a massive audio cue. Could get peaked at this spot. Pings do go through as they do have the information. He's got
Evil Eyes.
Plant. He's got Evil Eyes. Does he have the time to go for it though? He's gonna try and get the plant down. 2 seconds left, no time. He's gotta stand once he gets it. Finds it. Air Force Ones will save his team at the last moment, and Gusick will take this to make it into match point.
A massive clutch coming in the hands of Air Force with the Alda. That gun is not a weapon you want to try to work with in a one-on-one confrontation, and that is exactly what got fed into the Meatball Man himself. Constant 1v1 interactions, and that just allowed Gusick to recover from that massive deficit. Now they're in match point, Candace having to win these next 2 rounds if they want to go to overtime, and it's going to be a whole other chapter in the storyline if they want to try to win everything overall, not just these next couple of rounds. A pause possibly coming into effect as well. This could be the last round we see Gusick play for a little while longer, and that's the end of Cafe Dostoyevsky. Thank God if that's the case. But if not, we're going to be in for a little bit of a longer car ride, I suppose, Scott, because these two teams they're at their wits' end, really. That's what I'm feeling.
It really does feel like we're nearing the end, with Gusick at a match point scenario, heading now into kitchen service and kitchen cooking. This one has not been kind to them prior. Candace have taken it and taken it in a pretty darn dominant fashion. I'm going to go ahead and say that Gusick may have to take the L on this one and try to play for second floor. I mean, neither of those objectives have been kind to them. This is why I'm saying that last round was really make it or break it for them. They desperately need Candace to lose one of these rounds, and they needed them to lose the last one because Candace has been just so good on the next 2 objectives that Gusick are probably going to have to worry about overtime if it does come down to it.
That would probably be the biggest concern. I guess Gusick just wants to wrap this up, get the show on the road. This has been kind of lopsided objective room for them. They've had some wins and losses on their attacking half for kitchen cooking and kitchen service, and they also haven't won this bomb site yet on their defensive side. I'm pretty sure that was a decisive win by Candace in a 3v1 post plant, which is basically the position we just saw on the top floor of Bar, but that was actually won because Air Force had an Alda and a Dream, and his Dream was to win out that round. He accomplished it, but if we see another 1v3 go down, it might be a lot more difficult to replicate that exact same success that Gusick had. So the best course of action, obviously, don't put yourself in that 1v3, and you should be in a much better position. But obviously, it's not that easy. If it were that easy, I'd be a pro player and I wouldn't be casting. But that's not the case. I suck at video games, and I'm not going to be gifted that spot in T3 or even any tier at all. I don't even think T5 would allow me, Scott.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say it here, John. I'm not even sure you have hands.
Not working ones, at least.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, you could definitely play. They make those really cool Xbox controllers that I actually like play with, the really good disability stuff. That's really cool. That's such a cool thing that they do. But at the same time, I'm terrible. There are players like that are better than me, and it's It's so cool to me. And it's so cool to me because I'm just bad at games in the first place too. So like, I mean, that's why I cast and don't play. But you're better than me at R6, so I'm not even allowed in T8. That's basically what I'm getting at. Even though one time, even though we were at a LAN event and we did play, and I dropped like 13 kills in a casual game, and then dropped 0 kills in the next one. I'm just saying, sometimes I can be really cool.
Fun story that you know about, someone was so mad at that LAN event, they broke their mouse.
Really?
And I actually was able to fix the mouse by just jamming the wheel back. It was the mouse wheel. Someone jammed it, so it was leaning heavily on one side of it, and I ended up just ripping it back into place. I was very surprised and happy with myself because I could actually, I was actually able to play the game because my middle mouse button is the button I use to use my primary gadget, which is a pretty big thing to use in Rainbow Six. So that's kind of why I needed it fixed, and luckily I ended up doing that. But anyways, a lot to discuss, I'm sure. But Scott, do you want to maybe do some color perhaps and kind of explain what's going on right now? Because I think I've done a lot of that already. Yeah, actually, who am I kidding? That's not your role. Never mind. You can't explain very well.
I mean, I've been doing color this whole time. Thank you very much. Digesting the information.
Fluffing. We've been fluffing. That's the best way to put it. We fluff. Yeah. We're good at that.
Yeah.
We're fluffing right now, actually.
Yeah, that is true. We're just trying to buy time. We're already a minute in. We've already bought a minute of time. Meanwhile, Indy is just buying something, apparently a new set of handguards for this house, because this Cafe Dostoyevsky, whoever owns this, is now having to replace handrails for some reason. Because Indy got a little bit too gun heavy. A minute and 45 seconds now left. Morocco's going to head down red stairs. Walt is still trapped inside VIP. I wouldn't really say trapped. They've willingly sat there attempting to contend. It's not a bad position to play in. Baxley is sitting behind bar on first floor. Does have a way to get away. Drones are coming in from this main central stair, and that is a very dangerous location to be in. Of Kochak with a shield to block your escape, because you don't have the shield facing the right direction, and that's a Vulcan shield. Baxley's Vulcan shield that if Candace shoots out, could make it even more difficult for him to escape Kochak.
Everything going according to plan for Candace, but they need to find some type of entry because their vertical play isn't helping them all that much in getting the kills. No one's going out of their way to peek them on the side of Gusick. Everyone's just kind of in their position, ready for Candace to descend another level and actually get the execute down and done, and they're still not doing it. They're waiting for someone to make a mistake, but Gusick is just going to try to bleed this out and get the victory 7-4, and now that's going to force Candace to really bite the bullet and have to work their way another floor lower without anything in compensation except a couple of really pretty sight lines, but they can't even use that well enough now. And down to 30 seconds, plenty of angles still being held by Gusick. Baxley tags Indy for a slight bit of damage, but doesn't really bring him down low enough to be a concern, so he'll basically be in tip-top shape to get into another gunfight. Waltz gets tagged slightly as well, not a big problem for him as well, and they're still denying this freezer push quite well. Joe gets the entry on towards Baxley, and he's looking for another, but gets lit up to high hell by Amp. He gets down eventually, though, and Morocco picks the fight up against Waltz and wins it, finishing off Amp on top of it. It's a 2-on-4 with Narmu trying to stall things out and towards the plant. He'll detonate that Toxic Babe, which will try to get TP out the plant, but he just sticks it furthermore, and it's all up to Narmu's. Air Force dies, and Morocco wins that gunfight for himself as well. Still plenty of fight left on the side of Candace after a rough denial from that execute. It was just not enough in towards VIP.
This is exactly what I was saying. Gusick just, they can't contend with that kitchen objective. It's typically been an attacker-sided objective recently. We saw that when Gusick played it, and we're obviously seeing that now when Candace played it. They took so much time. Gusick just needed to play for time, and unfortunately, it just took too many peeks, angles. You saw the rotation away by Baxley, and yet Amp decided to peek that as well. They just needed to buy that time. It was too much aggression and too much peeking, and they overextended, and ultimately they also lost their heads because of it. So, sad to say that Candace take that round, and they should, for Gusick, because that objective just doesn't favor them. Gusick just got too greedy, too in over their head, and they're going to play it again? Why? Why? I guess they don't really have a choice. The other objective is also bad, but do not play the same objective twice when they just thrashed you on it in a very one-sided affair.
They just didn't have any roam presence, really. I think they just gave Candace that top floor control a little too early. Let's say Gusick was able to stall for just even 20 seconds. That could have completely changed how Candace attacked that round, and it could have gave Gusick just a simple win. That's what they were attempting. They didn't really want to overextend up against Candace, which I think was a slight problem, not because it just didn't give them an early lead, because they didn't lose anybody in the process, but just not stalling for any time. It allowed Candace to get that vertical play down at just the right margin and then start pushing into the bomb site when they were still having enough room to breathe. They weren't completely trapped in a corner just yet. And then they forced Gusick in towards the corner and started beating them to a pulp because they ended up getting in a 1v4 position, and then the plant went down too. It was just defeat across their foreheads. But they do still, of course, have to try to bring things around one more time. The third time might in fact be the charm on Cafe House, because this is the third time they're defending the site, and so far they've seen no success, but this time around maybe it'll be slightly different, but I'm not too sure.
I'm not exactly sure what the initial plan of Gusick is going to be. Obviously, a third floor control completely gathered by Candace. I can't say completely. I mean, Morocco is using the Gemini drone to do it, but at the same time, there's no one they spotted, so it does look to be no point of contention, no real aggression from Gusick in regards to that. Once again, you're seeing one player behind bar. Air Force Ones is sitting in kitchen cooking, attempting to contend. Tragic is roaming around on the second floor now, attempting to clear sight, and there is no off-site presence here from Gusick. They're all just sitting mostly on the first floor, playing into their own side. One on Bakery. You do see Baxley is trapped now inside Code Check. Air Force Ones is rotated over towards Bakery to hold. And you also have a bit of a, I guess, difficult position if you are Candace about how to attack, but you've done it before, so it's not exactly the most shocking approach that you could have going through. We've seen this clear on this wall connecting over towards near red stairs, towards mining, clear the floor, get a line of shot from below, and you can also clear out some of these electro claws maybe towards hatch and actually drop down through your freezer.
And now we're in that stalemate position again, because Candace has cleared out every single floor but the first one, which is where the bomb site is, and they've got the vertical play down. Now they have to move a floor lower, and Gusick is anticipating that. They weren't able to stall for it well enough the first time around, and we might just have history repeat itself, because Joe is getting those Xyrus charges off on the back freezer wall, and Yana Geminis are coming in through to flash, or pardon, not flash out, but gather the intel out on the player in towards VIP. It's kind of coming back into that exact same song and dance, which Candace just toppled over Gusick, and they're going to try to go for the exact same push like we just saw a round ago. Morocco getting ready to push up the player up and towards VIP. He's going to wait for that help in towards Indy, that way they can gather a double cross, but Waltz, what a deadly shot! He gets rid of Indy, only having to worry about his front side, but there's plenty of problems occurring from that direction. Joe gets a refrag on towards Bax. There goes your bar player, and now they're going to try to go up for the push, but they're still not denying Waltz! He downs another one and finds a frag. A 3K for Waltz, almost a fourth, but the damage has already been done. They can't push in directly now. A 3-on-2 position. Tragic tries to step up for a frag, but he gets denied, and Amp gets the last frag as well. It won't be a 7-4 victory, but the third time is in fact the charm for Gusick as they win 7-5, completely halting out the push from Freezer, and they'll guarantee their third victory in a row so far on the second open qualifier.
I'm clapping, but I don't actually know if my mic is picking it up at this point.
It did now.
Yeah, we go. Once I start talking, it goes straight in. Spectacular, great showcase from Gusick. Gusick, whatever. I mean, my brain right now, honestly. After that, there's such a great hold we saw there at the end. Spectacular from Waltz, who just was not getting contested in VIP. Did eventually gets punched by Morocco, and Morocco was the player that was really putting a lot of hurt on this Gusick squad, but it just wasn't enough in the end. Not enough hold to go. So let's go ahead and take a quick look at what the games have finished already have been. This should be one of the last ones. In all honesty, it's only a couple left still standing. Peak Panthers and Surf have not yet finished for their academy team. Prodigy loses to Core Kanji. Synthetic managed to beat Space Bears. The 9-3 and Karina Koff game has not finished. Curse Ascension loses to Team Mystic. Surf Esports beats Barrero Mob. And then obviously Candace loses to Gusick. So make sure to stay tuned. We got more UPL action. One more game of the day. I'll be there, and so will John right next to me. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Sagare ga pagare ga pada pagare ga sa re sa.
Bazinga.
Poggers.
Pod champ. Wait, what? Bring us back in.
Got him.
They wanted none of that. They didn't like our buzzwords.
No, I don't
Unfortunate,
blame
but-
him.
Yeah, it's probably not a bad choice. But unfortunately, guys, because of the way that the games have been going, how late they have been, we couldn't get another observer as well. Unfortunately, our great guy, First Knight of Knee, unfortunately, which is a great Monty Python reference, unfortunately has to take to backseat, doing another thing for another project. Really looking forward to see what he does with that. Always best endeavors with that. So we don't have one for that. It's taken too long anyways. And we're just going to not stream the 4th game of the qualifiers today, but we will be back tomorrow and should have all 4 games streamed tomorrow if things stay that way. Really looking forward to it. You will get to see more action. We'll probably raid somebody that is probably playing. I think that we've got it lined up for us
Who's
to raid
live?
somebody from maybe Synthetic, maybe? We'll have to stay tuned. But my name has been Infernosis. You can find me on Twitter down below. Joined here by my great friend Fel. You can find him on his Twitter down below as well. Thank you from everybody at the UPL. Thank you to Andy Domcast for the casting, for the producing, of course, and of course, First Knight of Knee, like I said, for their observing. Everybody stay tuned for some more R6 action.
Bye-bye.